Good morning. Today is a beautiful snowy day in Pitkin County, Colorado. This is a work session for the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. It is Tuesday, December the 5th? No, 6th. I don't even know what day it is. Does that tell you what kind of day it's been so far? We are starting our meeting with a discussion about short-term rental in Redstone and outreach following our meeting we had in Redstone in, was it October? September, wow. Okay, and I've got Kara Silbernegger here from staff to get the ball rolling. Is Jeanette going to join us?
Yes, Jeanette should be trying to join briefly. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Kara Silbernagel, Deputy County Manager, and Jeanette Musio, I believe, is trying to join and will be joining in. So, as shared in the packet, this is a follow-up to your meeting on September 27th, which was in Redstone regarding short-term rentals. And at that meeting, the board had directed staff to come back with a proposed outreach process of potentially evaluating the existing short-term rental license and regulation and how it applies in the Redstone area. So based on that, staff has been working on a couple different proposals and is before you today for your consideration and direction. So just a quick overview, mostly for the public. I think the board is pretty familiar, but the BOCC approved the short-term rental license and regulation program on June 22nd. It went into effect on September 20th. As it is written, it is county-wide, so no property shall be rented for more than 120 nights during any one-year license, and the duration of each rental period must be a minimum of 4 nights. And then, as I mentioned, on September 27th, the BOCC hosted a meeting in Redstone specifically on the topic, at which time the board directed staff to come back with a proposed process looking mostly at the Redstone Master Plan and how the existing ordinance might be amended to reflect some of the conversations and comments that you all have heard from the Redstone community. So just a quick update on where STR is today as it relates to Redstone, the Crystal River Valley, and county-wide. This is as of yesterday. So there's 7 licenses have been applied, 7 have been issued in Redstone. In the Crystal River Valley, which does then include, these are all additive, which does include Redstone, is 23 have been applied for, 20 have been issued, and 3 are still in progress. And then county-wide, 129 have been applied for, 87 issued, 2 denied, 30 are in progress, and 10 have been abandoned. And according to Jeanette, that's whether for the fees or something else, they've decided to rent for 31 days or more rather than being within the 30-day or under program.
Karen, is that an abandonment? I just want to make sure I understand what that means. That's people who were going to apply and then didn't, or just people who had STRs who dropped off?
It's people that applied and then after seeing, for various reasons, the fee structure or the regulations, abandoned their license and for the most part are choosing to rent for 31 days or more and wouldn't be subject to the current code.
Okay, so they had applied, but then they had abandoned it. Okay.
Yeah, they pulled their application.
Yeah. Yep.
Pulled the applications is okay, right?
That's
So the
probably a better
application
word to use.
Thank you.
Yep. And so at the meeting on the 27th, I believe Kelly had mentioned potentially looking at what is a boundary to evaluate any potential changes or amendments to the code specific to Redstone, and Kelly had suggested the Redstone Master Plan. And working with staff, long range, and planning, we started to dive into what are the boundaries of the Redstone Master Plan versus is there something else, knowing a lot of the conversation has been focused on Redstone Boulevard. I think what we've heard both from the board and from various comments is that the zoning that applies within Redstone is unique and distinctly different than the rest of the county, which is why it may be why the board is considering looking at it a little bit differently. In speaking with, again, Cindy and Ellen in planning and Suzanne versus others, they recommended actually the historic Redstone district because it's a little bit more concentrated to the Redstone Boulevard area. It actually predates the Redstone Master Plan and was created specifically because of the unique characteristics of the historic character of the area. And so staff is recommending, rather than using the Redstone Master Plan boundary for consideration, instead using the historic Redstone district for any potential amendments or changes. And as you can see in these two, and I can go to maps and more if you'd like me to zoom in, but as you can see, there's 2 different areas. The one to the north, which is focused along Redstone Boulevard, and then the area to the south, which is mostly the castle. For the purposes of this, the castle is already deemed lodging, so would not fall under the short-term rental code, which is why then we really would focus on that northern historic Redstone boundary district. So let me go to maps and more.
Can I ask a question while you're doing that? The Redstone Master Plan was created in 1993, which is like a long time ago. Has it ever been updated?
It has not been updated. In discussions with Cindy and Ellen planning and also the attorneys is that if the master plan is still pretty accurate and reflective of the current conditions, then the
Hi, welcome.
then the need for any updates right now, it would be up to others to determine if.
Thank you for being here.
I got off at Dormish thinking it might be a little quicker than Ruby Park. Plus I've been on the bus long enough.
Okay, we are just starting the discussion about Redstone short-term rentals.
Okay. Who do we have online?
We've got, Steve's doesn't have any power, Greg's here, he's at home, and Kelly's at home.
So I'll try and answer your question again. So the question was, has the 1993 Redstone Master Plan been updated? No, it has not. And at this point in talking with Long Range, Ellen and Cindy and Suzanne has basically said what is in the plan currently is still, if it still reflects the current conditions, then an update is not necessary. If we feel that the plan does not no longer reflects the current conditions, then an update would be necessary. Our recommendation for short-term rental changes is that we keep it outside of the plan, that it would be, because any amendments to the master plan will be a much longer process to go through, and that requires P&Z, as you are all aware.
Right. But it's reviewed on a regular basis to see whether or not it needs to be updated.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So again, zooming in, so part of the reason, as I was mentioning, of looking at the historic district is because it really focuses along the Redstone Boulevard and the zoning there. The master plan does extend further to the northern boundaries and some properties up there that may not be as uniquely defined as those along the Redstone Boulevard. And so what we would be looking at is, as you can tell, there's 4 different zone districts within Redstone. There is let me turn on the labels. The yellow, I think that's yellow on your screen, orange. This one is village residential. The red is village commercial. The blue is public, obviously. And then this white over here is R30, which does also include Firehouse Road, that I think during the September 27th meeting, we also heard comments of how that plays into influencing the characteristics along Redstone Boulevard. And so that is the boundary that we are proposing, looking at making any changes and really keeping it specific to how it would play out along the existing zone districts within the historic district of Redstone. Are you following? I know it's taken me a while to keep it all straight.
I'm following it, thank you.
Yeah. So with
Hang
that,
on there.
I'll hand it over to Jeanette of what we see, the questions we would pose to the community of helping guide any amendments that might take place to the current code.
Thanks, Kara, for laying that out. And these are all generated from the focus group and public comments, and also discussion from the town hall meeting. So should the STR code be applied differently to the village commercial area on the Redstone Boulevard, given the unique characteristics of the zone district? Changes may include, but not limited to, the maximum number of nights rented per year or the minimum night stay required. Should the STR code be applied differently to Redstone residential area on Redstone Boulevard, given the unique characteristics of the zone district? Changes may include, but not limited to, the maximum number of nights. Oh, that was the same thing. Should the code be applied differently to the R30 zone districts that are off the boulevard, but have unique characteristics given their proximity within the historical Redstone Village? And then finally, what other changes should be applied that are unique to Redstone area?
And I think one clarification I would have is on that third question is that obviously the R30 zone district is prevalent throughout the county. For this, what we're proposing is it is only the R30 zone district, again, within that historical district as it's specific to Redstone.
Do we have any information specific to the commercial zone that tells us what kind of commercial uses? What's lodging, what's retail, what's,
I was going to pull that up. I can
Okay.
pull up, it is laid out in the master plan, what it is specific to. I can pull that up while you,
I was just wondering how many buildings in the commercial zone are already lodging of some sort, or bed and breakfast, or,
I don't know those specific
yeah,
details.
I think that would be important to know.
What I can tell you is written within the zone district language is that the village commercial also does not preclude residential use. It does also allow for residential use as well as commercial and lodging.
That's not the same for the residential.
Correct.
There's no commercial in that zone.
Correct. It is
Okay.
just the residential.
Does it say there's no commercial allowed in the residential? I don't think it does. I don't think it
The
says
master
there
plan?
could be no commercial operations in the residential district.
I would have to pull it up.
What about in the R30 zone? Is it all residential?
Believe so.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I mean, those are things we should know, so we know how to, if we're gonna apply things differently in the commercial zone than the residential, we need to know what the uses are and who is this gonna affect in the commercial.
Yeah.
And if there is commercial in the residential, we need to know that, and if that is allowed, we need to know that. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, these are all good questions. I think at the end of each of them, there needs to be like, why? You know, what is the justification? Because, like, I would like to understand in the outcome of this conversation why R30 might be treated more similarly to the residential district versus the commercial district, or why not? You know, or vice versa. So I would hope that there would be some of those. That the development of some criteria or the justifications of similar, you know, qualities would be explained at the end of this.
Yeah, and I think that really, for me, it really applies with the residential zoning versus the commercial. Because I think the R30 jumps right in with the residential zone, unless, of course, there's commercial use in the historic residential. So those are things we need to know, I think, before moving forward. But I think these are the exact questions we need to answer. I think we just need to figure out what more information we can give direction to staff that we might want.
And are there other questions that the board would like to include that are not on the list right now?
I'm just gonna see if we have Steve anywhere. I don't think we do.
No.
Oh, Greg, please, go ahead.
Patty, yeah, hi, thank you, thanks, Kara and Jeanette, nice to see you both, sorry I'm not there this morning. I guess this is one of these things where I feel like we're just remote enough, we're learning a lot, but I really can't wait to hear what the people of Redstone and the environs there come up with when they respond to this. And I guess my biggest question is, are we looking far enough ahead, and can we look far enough ahead to see just what the consequences, whether the intended or unintended consequences of what we're doing, is it really going to be effective for our goals, and are there unintended consequences that we should be contemplating? And so trying to grasp this well enough that I can imagine how it's going to play out. So I think at this point, I really want to hear what the people in Redstone are thinking about this as we go forward, and I'm looking forward to seeing it come back in Q1.
Yeah, and can we go back to the one that shows how many licenses have been issued? So, do we know in Redstone whether they've been where, if they are in the commercial zone, the residential, and Firehouse Road?
We are looking into it. Snowstorms.
Because that
Got
would make a
us
difference
from
too.
getting
If
that
we've had
data.
nobody apply for one in the residential zone, then it isn't an issue. If we've had nobody apply in the fire district and Firehouse Road, then it's not an issue.
We are looking to pull which zone districts they are applied in, as well as working with our third party to understand what's being advertised that might not be included in here, and
Yeah.
how those are reflected in the zone districts right now.
I think that'll make a difference in any final decisions we make, is what use are we seeing there and what potential use could we see that people haven't applied for licensing yet.
I did grab the definitions in the Redstone Master Plan, if that would be helpful.
That would be helpful.
Okay, bear with me, it's very tiny font since I'm working from two screens right now. So village residential is, let's see, residential land uses are encouraged. Bed and breakfast facilities should be considered on a case-by-case basis, and non-residential land use and mobile homes should be prohibited. Land use density should not exceed one residential dwelling unit per 6,000 square feet of land. The village commercial is single-family residential, multifamily residential, bed and breakfast facilities, commercial, and mixed residential commercial land uses are encouraged. Franchises and chains which are incompatible with Redstone are discouraged. Permitted commercial land uses may include, but not limited to, artists and craftsmen studios, stores, galleries, individually owned gift shops, clothing and sporting goods stores, bookstores, restaurants, cafes, offices, laundromats, post office branches, hair salons, small bakery, hardware store, auto service station without repair facilities, and grocery or general store limited to 3,000 square feet in size.
So that says you can have a bed and breakfast in the residential zone,
On a case by
but
case.
no other commercial.
Correct.
So you can't have a grocery store, but you can have a, yeah.
So,
So if
It's
you
kind of
offer an STR with a granola bar on by the kitchen sink,
yeah, exactly.
you're good, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch for us to say no STRs allowed when they specifically say bed and breakfast is allowed. It's interesting.
And so I
But
think
don't we approve bed and breakfast by special use permit, and don't they then get commercially, taxed?
So it's different than an STR. It's the use by special review, and then their property tax gets changed to commercial.
Yeah, well, their property tax would have to get changed to commercial for an STR.
No,
wouldn't
they
it?
don't.
No, they don't.
They should.
I know.
Maybe we call out that question.
As to the commercial use and the commercial property tax, or
No, as to, like, is the language for bed and breakfast in the residential zone, something they can look at as far as criteria for considering a short-term rental in the residential zone? Like equitably applied or something along those lines.
clarification on the question, Kelly, are you saying to change the language of how the zone districts are, the uses of the zone districts, or how the zone districts applies to the use of an STR?
How the zone district could apply the use of an STR.
Okay.
So something like, would this group consider similarly applying how we review a bed and breakfast in the residential zone with a potential application for an STR in the residential zone?
I like that question, Kelly. It seems to me that really what an STR is a bed and breakfast that doesn't have to pay commercial tax. That's what I'm hearing and focusing on here, and maybe that's what we need to focus on, and it'd be interesting to see what people in the community think there.
Well, a bed and breakfast requires the owner to be there in the building. An STR does not. So that's a pretty distinct difference.
Thank you for that. Right, you're right.
and we need to find out about the property tax difference. Because I
So
know,
this is
Kelly,
an
it was part of the
autonomous bed and breakfast.
legislation that allowed for STR business licenses, wasn't it? That the commercial property tax was not to be an issue? I believe.
Yeah, there's no change in use that's been defined as far as property tax goes.
It's my
legislature
understanding
could
it
do that,
might continue to be discussed, but at the time the legislation was passed regarding STR licensing, it was not part of it. Okay. All right, so I think knowing the number of bed and breakfasts in the residential zone would be of interest. If there are 10, is there one, or are there none? And then the commercial uses within the commercial district. I think we just need to know what we're playing with out there. What's residential in the commercial, what's commercial in the residential.
Well, I know that the bed and breakfast and the motel that are in the commercial are closed in the winter. And Andreas and her husband are Costa Rica or somewhere like that. And the other one is closed. So other than the Redstone Inn, and then there's that, I forget what it's called, it has quite a few units that are exclusively zoned for short-term stays, but they're not STRs. It's kind of an interesting, something village.
Yeah, I can picture the sign.
And anyway, so there's the hotel, the Redstone Lodge, and then STRs for lodging, even though their advertisements around the world say, come to Redstone, blah, 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 we have blah, 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 and STRs. So I don't know.
Francie,
It's
I
interesting.
don't know if that's true. I think the Crystal Dreams Bed and Breakfast rents year round.
I don't think so, but we could look that up. Yeah.
You just need to find out the use of those rooms, whether they're one-night stays, whether they're, they fall under the short-term rental, 4-night minimum,
Whether what
stuff. If the uses of the current lodging in the commercial zone.
Oh,
Yeah, if they're advertising we're short-term rentals, then are they, or are they hotels? Which don't qualify for short-term rental because they're left out of it, as is the Redstone Inn. Okay, anything else we want staff to bring back? I think the other question is, how are we going to approach this outreach with the people in Redstone? Oh, good idea.
Perfect. So based on the discussion today, our thought is kickoff in January. And obviously we want to get more notice out so people know about the meeting. So not the beginning of January, probably sometime in a time. We were waiting somewhat on the direction of the discussion today to understand what the scope would be, but based on the conversations I think we've heard through various comment is that it would be both virtual and in-person meetings of posing these questions. I think we have some data to pull together to present for the public to respond to. So we would do kind of open houses most likely at different times and different days to accommodate the varying schedules. We've also heard from some members of the community that the postcard outreach can be really effective for those along the boulevard. And so looking at, is there potentially a survey option as well for people to provide feedback and do that, over the course of a few weeks to come back and bring all that public comment back to all of you for a recommendation within Q1.
Okay, I have a question for the board too. Is the board interested in seeing the data that we've talked about here today come back to us at some time before the recommendations come back from Redstone? Because it may change some of the questions we have to pose.
you mean the slideshow from
I think
today?
that would be helpful.
You
What's
mean
that?
today's slideshow?
Well, the information that we asked for, like how many
Oh.
numbers of this and that and what types of views.
Yeah, before.
Yeah, because it might generate more questions for us to post, to put forward to the residents in Redstone. So we'll need to,
Question
just some short work
Karen,
session
Jeanette.
time. Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Do we have a good enough email database? You mentioned somebody who's in Costa Rica for the winter, and so if all this happens and they're out of town, are we able to reach them? Do we have an email database? Are we going to be able to do it online in open house, or as you call it, just so people who have an interest that aren't there at that time of year can participate?
I know Jeanette has been collecting quite a few emails from those interested within the area, so I would defer to Jeanette on an email database that we have.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we do. Also, there's an outreach person within Redstone that is helping with getting the word out and recommendations. Gentry, I think was her name.
So we're compiling a broader scope of email and contact information.
How broad? Who can participate in this? Can Avalanche Ranch? Can the people who live on Duray Way? The people who live in the subdivision just past there? Who gets to participate?
So I think our recommendation is that anyone can participate. We would just want to know what, are they living or residing along within the area, or are they kind of are they peripheral to Redstone Boulevard, but obviously still,
Or do they live in Aspen and they're
Right.
concerned about what's happening?
Yeah,
We need to
that's what
have
I'm
that
wondering. I mean,
demographic, yeah.
Because the people who live in the subdivision but not on the boulevard, Redstone is still their place.
Yeah,
and-
but I think it'd be interesting, and I think we should, whoever wants to comment, but we need to know their location,
yeah.
where they live, and so, because I think that's important information to know and to differentiate.
So it's open.
Yeah. Yes.
Kelly, you've had your hand up for a while.
Thanks, no problem. I think it would be helpful as part of understanding who's being included and the boundary of which is being included and excluded. It would help me to know how many of those subdivisions have formal HOAs, because they can always set, I guess it would justify a little bit of that exclusion because they can always set their own rules in their HOA. So that would be another piece of information I'd ask to come back, along with kind of the number of hotel rooms and et cetera.
But there are people who don't live on the boulevard but have a business on the boulevard. And so even though their HOA may allow one thing, they might still have strong feelings about what's happening on the boulevard.
I'm not asking that question as far as who gets to participate. I just would like to understand for the areas outside of the historical designation, which are formed in HOAs and which aren't.
Because they have control over their own properties within their HOA when it comes to,
Well,
can
right,
either-
I get that, but
yeah, and it's just more information.
yeah, right.
Can I ask a clarification, just since it sounds like we'll be bringing a lot of this back? Would you like that just within, right around the Redstone area, or kind of a summary throughout the Crystal River Valley and the different developments and what has an HOA and what doesn't?
I think I would be looking at the information coming from the master planning area, even though we're gonna focus these
Okay.
short-term rental changes, if we choose to do so, within the historic zoning. The commercial, the residential, the public, and the R30. Okay, Greg, you had your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. Something I think would be helpful, and it probably exists, it may have already happened, but I think that for this conversation ongoing, as often as we pick it up, and as often as people get back to it, which is a matter of months between these sessions, an abstract of what the lay of the land, what the environment is up in Redstone, because I have to keep reminding myself that we have people in Redstone who went there for the solace and the seclusion, and they have a real specific interest in really keeping it quiet and slow. But then you have others who are trying to figure out how to squeak out a living up there and scrape out an existence, and the STRs are an option for them as they see it. And then we have people in between. And I remember before the STR issue even came up, Redstone came to us and asked us for money, which we gave them to do marketing to attract tourism to Redstone. And so then we've had this backlash. I don't think our marketing money was particularly the reason for the change of the environment, but more likely the STRs have been. But I think I'd really love to see an abstract on the variety of opinions and people up there and how they feel about their community. Because it is unique from Aspen. They have a unique set of issues. That's certainly a very unique economy that's much different than our, out of control booming economy, as some might frame it. And I think it would be helpful, certainly for me, maybe for others as well. I don't know how hard that would be to put together or who we would ask to do it, but it certainly would be useful to get a sense of, what is it Redstone really wants and visualizes for their town, given this changed environment. Thanks.
Francie, and then Jeanette has her hand up too.
I think there's
we
a
need to
third.
move because we've got a whole room of people waiting for us.
I think there's a third constituency too, Greg. There are the people who want peace and quiet. There are people who want STRs to increase their own income so they can afford their houses there, or for whatever reason. But then there's the people who have businesses there, and that's a wholly distinct constituency, and they are unanimously, according to the letter that they sent us, wanting STRs there. So they're a completely different group of people there. So I think we need to think about that as a third constituency, or a third characterization of our constituents there.
I certainly want to be inclusive, definitely. Thanks.
Okay, Jeanette, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to quickly comment that this is the reason for the outreach, is that because we do have these distinctions within Redstone, but primarily from what I've heard from the public and managing the program is that it is economically different than Up Valley. And that's been their biggest, I would say, concern around the rules and regs. So I just wanted to add that but it is unique because you do have those three different distinct populations wanting specific needs for that area.
We all know they
Jeanette.
want
Yeah,
different
thank
rules and
you.
regs.
Or none.
Or none. That's different. Kelly?
Can I maybe offer then as one of the outcomes of this process that this group kind of can agree on a shared vision statement for the role that STRs plays in the community?
You mean this group, meaning the people in Redstone?
Yeah.
That would be great to
That
have
would be-
Redstone agree on a.
Be an amazing outcome.
I'm optimistic. It's the season
That's
of
great.
hope.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, the meeting that we had there went much better than we thought because they realized that they have differences of opinion, and that's okay. They respected each other, differences of opinion, and
For the most part.
yeah. Okay.
All right, so I'm hearing we have some data to come back to the board in early January before we kick this off.
Yeah, and we'll look at some time and just get you a slot booked in.
Okay.
And then Francie gets to
Thank
take
you.
over. All
Thank
right,
you, everyone.
Thanks. Okay,
Thank you.
board, now we
Thanks,
need
Karen.
to, while we're still on the record here with Grassroots, we need to vote to go into executive session. I'm gonna call a special meeting for the purposes of conservation easement acquisition negotiation Woody Creek Ranch, conservation easement acquisition negotiation Aspen Area Ranch, conservation easement acquisition negotiation Capitol Creek Ranch, land acquisition negotiation Prince Creek Ranch. We're gonna be there for a while. All items pursuant to property interest acquisition CRS 24640224A, negotiation CRS 24640224E, and legal advice CRS 24640224B.
I'll move to go
So
into
moved.
executive session.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Thank you. And staff, Steve is having a problem calling in. Did you see this email? Apparently the phone number is incorrect.
Which is okay.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can call in over there.
Well, John sent a link this morning, I think.
Steve doesn't have any power.
But was that for this afternoon, maybe?
That's for this afternoon.
Does someone need to text it to him?
Yeah.
He's on his phone. Okay.
The number he gave me was, he said it was 336-248-7799, and he said it didn't go through, and then he changed it to 346. So I'm assuming he means 346-248-7799. You got me.
Hey, Patty.
Yes, Greg?
I don't seem to have the web link for this morning's exec. I see it says one for end of Tuesday's work session. Did that get moved up? Or
We can send it on to you, because I didn't have it either. We can send it on.
Yeah, if they could email that, that would be great.
Okay, Kelly, do you have it? Well,
Are we convening immediately?
we're going next door. Good timing. You're here, finally.
10:30?
Yeah, we're gonna slowly move over there. We're gonna start in about 10.
Welcome back. How's your life?
Welcome back. Today is, believe it or not, December the 6th, 2022. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session continuation, and we are very proud to have guests with us today from the U.S. Forest Service. We are going to have an update. Gary, I'm going to let you do the introductions and kick it off.
Sure. Well, the reality is the Forest Service is, one of our biggest partners for open space and trails and for the county in general. And it's really kind of one of those things where I wanted to find a way to bring the Open Space Board and the BOCC up to date on all the things that we partner on, but specifically, the county funds 2 Forest Service positions and has been doing so for a few years now. And so, it is important to make sure that you guys know what those positions do, because, they serve a critical need of the county, but they also serve a critical need for the Forest Service. And this is a partnership that I think is, one of those where I feel like it will be expanded over time. The obvious elephant in the room is the Forest Service from the federal government is not just magically getting tens of millions of dollars more for funding things, yet the use and recreational use in particular in this area has grown exponentially. And it needs management. And the Forest Service and Public Works, who Brian's representing, has been part of, we've been kind of spearheading this recreation capacity and management study. And we've done a pretty good job as a partnership to really start to survey the public about what their thoughts are on it. And you'll get an update in March. We used Utah State University to do that survey of users. The Forest Service has been a huge partner in that because some of the busiest trailheads in the county are on Forest Service land, and they have allowed us to do the survey. It's a county-funded survey, so they've allowed us to do it on the property so we can get a full view of this area. But for open space perspective, and then I can let Brian talk about the general fund perspective, for us, obviously North Star and Wildwood are, it's right now, nothing. It's quiet. You're not going to get a single complaint. But come about late April, May, and these years where it's melting out a little earlier, the kind of the huge amount of use that happens from Wildwood put into North Star is a huge amenity for the public. It's a huge, it's a nature preserve. It's gorgeous. It's a beautiful float. It's an easy float, and the reality is there's a piece of property the Forest Service owns, and they've done an incredible job of allowing and helping the county manage it appropriately, because they don't have the ability to do it. It's such a small little piece of their overall pie. But one of the ways that we're doing it is through a county-funded forest protection officer, and I can let them explain, because I use that term a ton, and I think they cringe all the time when I use it, because it automatically comes like, that's going to enforce, and this, and it's not necessarily a true ranger, but I'll let them explain that piece. But from our perspective, it has been successful. When they can hire somebody for that position, it is hugely successful. The first year we did it, we got Wildwood relatively under control, and it was great to see that that the road didn't get clogged anymore, and that emergency vehicles, if they needed to get to Wildwood School, could get to Wildwood School. And so and then the Forest Service did special orders to help us manage that better, to prohibit I think glass and dogs. So that was a huge step that the Forest Service did. It's not easy for them to do these. So, and so it's been working for us. The reality is we did ask for an extra ranger this year that you guys have approved so far. It hasn't been finalized, but, and part of the reason is because our rangers are still out there. Basically from May through August, our rangers are a big component of North Star and Wildwood, and we are in conversations about a land exchange for Wildwood, and we'll see where that goes. But from our perspective, We also have a partnership forest protection officer with the Independence Pass Foundation in the city of Aspen. That's for a summer person, and they can give an update on how that went, because this was the first year of that position. And so from our perspective, it has been working, and I think it solves a critical need for their needs, but it also helps us with our needs pretty significantly, especially this new position up in Hunter Creek and Smuggler area. So, you know, that's from the open space perspective. You know, future, will we need one up the Crystal? Will we need another one? I mean, that's a conversation we can kind of get into today, of what's next. But I know there's another one that the county funds, and I can let Brian kind of chime in on that one.
So I'm going to also, so the public knows, this is a joint meeting. We do have Open Space and Trails Board members here, so, and I also want to add, I think this discussion and information is probably going to be helpful when we hopefully support the SHRED Act. If we can get it off the ground in Washington. And the SHRED Act is to bring monies back into local use coming from ski areas, bring it back in for helping to fund things like our forest protection officers. And so I know I've been involved with that with Northwest Colorado Council of Governments and Senator Bennett. So the more information I have to bring forward to help Senator Bennett, the better. So Brian, I guess it's your turn.
Great. Yeah, and I'll be brief. I want to hear from the Forest Service, our guests here. But just some history about the funding from the road program into the Forest Service. I want to say it was 4 years ago, and maybe 5, where the Board of County Commissioners made the determination that they wanted to start enforcing unlicensed off-highway vehicles use on county roads. So we approached the Sheriff's Department at the time, and there was not a lot of interest in providing that enforcement. And so we decided to partner with the Forest Service for that enforcement provision on county roads. The budget at the time was less than $50,000. I think it was half that. And we went back to the board, and we have $50,000 that goes to the Forest Service for that enforcement. However, part of that program was to also take care of other problems on the forest while those enforcement folks were out there. And so over that time, there's been a bit of a shift in the focus, I would say, and I'll let the Forest Service speak to that. But that was the original reason for to partner with the Forest Service, was off-highway vehicle enforcement. So
That started the whole ball rolling.
started it. So with that,
Yeah, and you know, we have a lot
Just
of.
give your name for the
Oh,
public
yes, sorry,
record.
yes. I feel like I know y'all, so.
Well, we have a lot of people watching us.
Yes. Shelley Grail, and I am the recreation manager on the Aspen Sopers Ranger District.
Yeah, and I'm Wyatt Price. I'm below Shelley as the dispersed recreation manager for the Aspen Sopers Ranger District.
And then you have that guy over there.
Good afternoon. District Ranger for the Aspen Sopers Ranger District, and my name is Kevin Warner, and thanks for having us back. This is great.
Thank you guys for being here.
This is.
Patty, can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Before it moves on. I just wanted to circle back with one, just for my board and for Brian, regarding the Sheriff's Department's demurring to cooperate or work together on enforcing back there. I think that I'm hoping that we can outreach to our new sheriff and maybe reopen those discussions so that they could be part of this along with the Forest Service. But I do want to express my gratitude that the Forest Service is doing this with us. But I just wanted to bring that up as for future. I really think it's time to have a chat with the sheriff about this, and we can do that on another time. Thanks.
yeah, and if I can, Patty, I would like to comment. And that has shifted over the last few years. So the Sheriff's Department is enforcing some provisions in the backcountry more often now. In the wintertime, you'll see Sheriff's Patrol in the backcountry, and in the summertime as well. So there is a change there, and has been occurring with this administration.
And if you don't mind, I'll just tag onto that, and Wyatt can talk to the specifics, but it's actually been a really beneficial partnership between the Sheriff's Office and the Forest Service. And I think primarily it's been over this last winter and into this summer where We had at least one of our employees going out with one of their deputies almost once a week for the core part of the summer or core part of the winter. It's a great opportunity to get out there together and do that work. And I will leave it to Wyatt to talk more about that, but it's, from my perspective, it's been really successful.
Didn't we purchase
Thank you.
snowmobiles for that too? And a boat?
Yes.
Yeah.
All
Don't
those.
forget the boat.
Yep.
Well, just generally, I look forward to this discussion every year because we have some pretty awesome partners in this valley, but this partnership is so important to the work we get done on the district. This year, we had our 2 full-time Picken County folks, so winter and summer. And then, as Gary mentioned, we had a summer person who was funded by Picken County dollars, City of Aspen, and Independence Pass Foundation. So we had 3 folks out, and then we did have Gunnison County contribute to someone who worked part of the summer to help with all the use in the Marble Lead King Loop zone. So that gave us 4 folks that were out and about throughout the summer across the district. And then we had 2 awesome interns from CMC who were also out there. They helped with the bells. They helped with a variety of projects. But for us, it's really having the uniform out there, regardless of what they can do from an enforcement standpoint. Our forest protection officers can issue citations. They don't carry weapons. But really our focus, to Gary's point, is to educate and help the public understand what the rules and regs are on the district, and when necessary, then issue the citations. And so it was an awesome partnership with the sheriff's office, really to the credit of Wyatt and then Grant, being really invested in growing that partnership, because obviously the sheriff, they're carrying the weapons, we can write the tickets, so it's a really good pairing. And Wyatt and others on the dispersed crew were able to get out at least once a week throughout the winter, and then quite a bit this summer as well. So it just shows the public that we're a unified force getting good work done out on the district.
Now Kelly has her hand up. Kelly, did you have a question here? Sorry.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, is this partnership formalized with the sheriff's department at all, or is this kind of an informal working together collaboration?
More informal. I mean, we do have an MOU, a memorandum of understanding, with the sheriff's office, but that's really geared more towards mountain rescue operations. So this arrangement that we have is very informal, and it's us sitting down with Grant and whoever else at the start of each season and talking about priorities and ways that we can work together. So really huge kudos to the folks at the sheriff's office, recognizing that there's an opportunity for us to work together. Yeah, I love looking at the report from the work that we got done this summer. As you've heard me say the last few years, we clean a lot of toilets with Picken County funds, which is so important.
We're so proud of you.
It's really amazing what happens when those toilets aren't cleaned. So I know it's not the best, it doesn't sound as exciting, but those funds go to some of that really crucial work, and just sign work and kiosk installation, OHV enforcement, the work at Wildwood. I saw this summer might be one of our most successful summers at Wildwood, also because that relationship continues to strengthen with the open space rangers, just really increasing those lines of communication. A couple times I was up there talking to the ACES folks, and that's when I knew we had success, because I asked them anytime I show up, how's it going up here? Positive. Everything's good. I don't mind being here. And so when you hear that, you know that things are working as they should be.
That's wait, Howie had it. Did you want to?
Well, I was going to just state the
Sorry,
obvious.
David.
If we didn't have this partnership and the money's coming out of Picken County, you would have 4 less people on the ground.
Yeah, when I started in this role in 2017, I asked that question of how many folks do we have for dispersed recreation?
Yeah.
How many dollars do we have to fund the program? And I was told 0.
0.
So that's when, right about then, is when the county started funding that one Wildwood Ranger. And yeah, without these dollars, we would not have the folks out on the ground. Others would step up, like Independence Pass Foundation. Karen Teague would probably be cleaning toilets every day up on the pass. And of course, her efforts can be better used elsewhere. She wouldn't be enforcing and helping with parking at Wildwood. So yeah, these dollars mean a lot to us. And Wyatt can speak to specifics if you'd like. Wyatt directly supervises the dispersed crew.
Yeah, sure. Like Shelley said, I directly supervise these employees that we're talking about. And maybe to start off, I'll do a little bit more defining what an FPO, or Forest Protection Officer, is and what they can do. So the Forest Service, what people could consider rangers are forest officers, but you cannot write citations unless you go through a thorough law enforcement training and become what we call a forest protection officer. And forest protection officers can write violation notices or tickets on essentially crimes against the forest or against our natural resources or our laws and regulations. What we can't do is we cannot make traffic stops. We can't stop people who are recreating, and we can't arrest people, and we don't carry weapons. So that just reinforces the importance for this partnership with the sheriff's deputies. And like was mentioned, we did patrol with each other pretty regularly, especially in the winter, which is really helpful for me in particular. I worked with Grant and Brad with the sheriff's office regularly and would ride with them regularly with the snowmobiles that you guys purchased for them. And it gave us the possibility there's some Forest Service laws and regulations that they can't enforce that I can as a forest protection officer. I can write those violations, but I can't make the traffic stop. So when we work in partnership with each other, they could, in theory, make the stop and I could write the ticket. So those types of partnerships are really helpful and just helpful to have backup in those sorts of situations. The forest protection officer training, while it gives you the freedom to write violation notices, it also prepares the employees to make better public contacts and do a better job with education, sometimes without being necessary to write a ticket. So that's really important, and that's what we normally try to do. Is we call it education by enforcement, or enforcement by education. So we make these contacts, and if somebody's doing something wrong, but maybe they don't understand why it's wrong, then we do a better job of de-escalating the situation, explaining why it's wrong, so that in the future we get the use that we're looking for.
What's the difference between a forest protection officer and an LEO, which is a law enforcement officer?
Right, a good question. Yeah, so Forest Service does, in theory, have law enforcement officers as well, which
we're having
great
a hard time experience with one of them.
Yeah, hard time staffing them. Law enforcement officers have very similar authority as sheriff's deputies, so they can make traffic stops, they can make arrests, they carry weapons. Forest protection officers can just write tickets, misdemeanors up to, I think, $10,000 or 6 months in jail is our maximum as a forest protection officer.
Can an LEO do a traffic stop on Highway 82?
They can, yes. Yeah.
So what, are these federal citations? And what happens after you get this ticket?
You go to federal court in Grand Junction.
You can, yeah, it depends on the ticket. You could write a mandatory appearance to go to court in Grand Junction. You have the option to challenge and go to court, but what most people do is they pay the ticket online. And then when we write the paper ticket in the field, LEOs have the capability to write the ticket in their computer and do it all that way. We don't. We do it on paper, old school way, and we hand it to the person, and they get something in the mail within 30 days. So
and what if they don't respond to it? Then it becomes a sheriff's department follow-up, or?
Yeah, then there's a warrant out for the arrest. Yep.
Not necessarily sheriff. It's a federal warrant out for your arrest.
Right.
So whoever's jurisdiction.
Correct.
And one thing to add on, you spurred a memory. Really, the reason the sheriff's deputy became so involved in working with us was when our law enforcement officer left the district, and we have not yet filled that position. So they saw that need of there are no federal law enforcement officers on the district. So they reached out and said, how can we support you? And then Wyatt started shortly thereafter and kind of helped strengthen that relationship.
I think we have them come visit us when we have special events sometimes.
And we get support from other districts. Just this last weekend, we had the law enforcement officer from the Dillon Ranger District over for a day to help with a couple key issues in Pitkin County. So we do get some of that support. We just don't have anyone right here on this district right now.
No, it's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that was kind of my summarization of forest protection officers. So everybody's kind of on the same page about what their what their job is and what they can do for us, different than regular, what we call rangers oftentimes. But then more specifics of, like was mentioned, our partnership with Pitkin County Open Space and Trails and the Sheriff's deputies throughout the winter and summer, I think was really great this season. We all coordinated with our schedules, and we don't have radios that can talk to each other, but we gave phone numbers, and we're communicating throughout the week every day with the people that were on staff for the Open Space and Trails crew as well as the Forest Service crew, which helped exponentially at Wildwood. The partnership and coordination that happened at Wildwood was excellent this year. And then in the winter, like was mentioned, we did with the backcountry sheriff's deputies ride at least once a week, sometimes twice a week together, and then we would kind of branch off and cover more ground throughout the week with our crew and their crew. And then having that partnership going into the summer was really beneficial because we had easy contacts with the sheriff's office. So when these issues did arise, our forest protection officers or just regular seasonal rangers had somebody that they could directly coordinate with to help out with these different sort of issues.
Like what? Like snowmobiles in the wilderness, that kind of thing?
That's one of our biggest things in the winter. Yeah, absolutely. Snowmobiles in wilderness. Smaller things like registration is something we check every time we're out. We check to make sure people have current registration when we're
Do
talking.
they have to have registration for their snowmobiles?
Yeah, yep. And
Current registration.
Current registration, yeah. Yep. And over the snow registration is different than off-highway registration for summer and winter. So even though somebody might use the same vehicle for both, it's different registrations for each season. So we do check those, and heavy enforcement for motorized and wilderness. That's a big priority of ours. And
Summer and winter?
Summer and winter, yep. And that's one of those tickets that we have to write as a forest protection officer. As of right now, the sheriff's deputies cannot write a citation on motorized and wilderness. So that's where our partnership, again, comes in handy. And then more logistics of what our forest protection officers did throughout the season, aside from just law enforcement. We did patrol. We have a Jeep Rubicon that we were able to cover a lot of these routes that aren't open to off-highway vehicle users. And our Jeep Rubicon allows us to access those difficult routes and make contacts with those who maybe are using and didn't know, or are using even though they did know, and make those contacts and write violation notices when necessary. And then the certain routes, our crew was able to operate off-highway vehicles in places where it was legal. So those regular patrols, we also patrol regularly for our dispersed camping areas, specifically like Lincoln Creek is one of our busiest areas, Pearl Pass, and we could partner those with these OHV patrols. Like Pearl Pass specifically sees a lot of off-highway vehicle illegal use, and it has designated dispersed camping, same with Lincoln Creek. So oftentimes our patrols that were like a designated dispersed patrol day would also be an OHV enforcement day. Because we were well staffed this season and our crews were trained and the communication was great between Open Space and Trails, the Sheriff's Office, and our office, we were able to tackle a lot of project work the entire season long. So like Shelley mentioned, kiosks, signs, I call it maintaining infrastructure, which means cleaning bathrooms. All of that work was able to happen, all season long because of our partnerships and because we were staffed. And we kind of do all the things in a day. So it's our dispersed patrols, it's cleaning bathrooms, it's OHV enforcement, and we spread out as much as we could because we were well staffed. And I think the partnership was great, and the summer season I think was very successful.
So Greg has his hand up and a very serious look on his face.
Uh-oh.
There, that's better.
Thank you. I just want to say this is remarkable. It's great to see everyone working together so well. That you're working with the Sheriff's Office and the county open space. But you said something about radio communication. You don't have radio communication between the entities, and it seems to me when you're in the high country dealing with something on Pearl or Lincoln or any of those places, your cell phone simply isn't going to work. And what I'm wondering is why that is not a technical issue, because I think we've got radios that now reach everywhere. Would it be helpful if we had a radio channel that could be shared by all these groups? Thanks.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing, Greg. Thank you.
I'm no radio expert, but I can kind of answer to my understanding. And I think the real answer is the Forest Service has fallen behind on radio communication. So we're on an old school way of talking with our old radios, and they're really expensive, and it's nationwide for the agency. So the odds of us changing and the cost of us changing is really challenging, and we cannot communicate with the waves that we use on our radios with your guys' radios. So sharing a channel isn't so possible, but what could be possible is if we had one of your guys' radios, which we've discussed in the past, and our law enforcement officer who used to be here did have one, but since he's left, that line of communication has also gone with
Did he
it.
take it with him?
No.
It's
It was returned from.
it's
yeah.
locked up
Wait, let's see if
somewhere
we
we
can
don't have
find
access
it.
to. Because we don't have that, and like I said, that is a possibility. If we had your guys' radio, that would kind of, if we had one for like our main use dispersed recreation FPO vehicle, then that would be helpful. What we did do this season, if we had to, we'd tried to cell phone service if it wasn't a super emergency, but all of our crews every day carry Garmin InReaches, and we can communicate.
Carry what?
Garmin InReach, a GPS that you can text through. Without cell service. So we can send text I can send text to Kevin if we have an emergency. There's an SOS button on there if there's like a life-threatening emergency, or if the crew needs to send a text to me while they're out of cell phone range, or if we need to send a text to the Sheriff's Office, we can do that through our Garmin InReaches. So we had
Having a
the
radio
possibility
in the
of
vehicle makes great sense.
And do you guys contact Mountain Rescue directly, or do you go through the Sheriff's Department to do that?
go through the Sheriff's Department.
Just like the public would do.
It's a couple of things that popped into mind for me as I was hearing Wyatt give such a great description of how things have worked over this last summer and winter. Is that one of the additional things that he didn't mention is that, and probably because we got really lucky this last summer and didn't have to deal with it, but fire restrictions. So when we have staff that are, there and they're going out and they're out in the forest doing all that other work that Wyatt just clicked off, and we are in fire restrictions, those same people are also doing that work at the same time while in between that bathroom stop and that other thing that they do, that next thing they do, whatever it happens to be, they're making contacts with the public about stage 1, stage 2 fire bans as well. So I think that's really important for you guys to know and to understand as well, is that that's one of our links to making sure that folks are educated and aware and sometimes enforcing those regulations as well. And then the other thing that I wanted to just mention is that when Gary first started this, he started it in a maybe slightly tongue-in-cheek way, but he said when the Forest Service can hire these rangers, this works really well. One of the things that we have been able to do, because of the consistency of the funding that we have been getting from both Open Space and Trails and from Road and Bridge Department, is that we were able to hire what we call permanent seasonal employees to fill these roles, rather than looking to every single summer, or in some instances winters, trying to bring on a new person or rehiring or something like that. So I guess mainly just expressing appreciation for that the consistency there, that gave us a level of confidence that felt like we could invest that in hiring an employee that while they're still seasonal in nature, where two of them they take a couple of weeks, about a month off in both of the shoulder seasons, but they're around for the core winter and core summer, and then we have the one other employee who works just through the summertime. We're able to offer those people positions that has health insurance and all the benefits and everything. So it's a huge thing for us to be able to help us recruit and retain and all of those things. So
What about housing?
I was just going to say, to add to that, all three of them are living in Forest Service housing
Oh,
right
perfect.
now. So thankfully we have that to provide for these folks, because all three of them are taking advantage of
That's great to hear.
Forest Service housing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's amazing.
you guys do amazing work. It's great to be out there and see you guys.
With a lot of support.
Yeah.
I will give another shout out to Karen Teague, because whenever
She's pretty amazing.
whenever I can, I want to. I mean, she has been such a crucial support, not only contributing funding for that third summer employee for us, but also just supporting efforts along the pass. That upper Lost Man toilet has been extremely popular, and she's offered to take on 1 or 2 days a week of cleaning, giving our folks a break, which they greatly appreciate. So there aren't many folks who would do that, and she does it. She's the one who raises her hand and offers. And so
Yeah, you're making me feel like the next time I go by, I gotta stop.
we'll get you gloves and
No
toilet
doubt.
paper. We'll get you everything you need.
I usually have all that carrying in my car anyway, so
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
just
Was
swing
it,
by.
and was it you guys who did that incredible cleanup at Conundrum? Was it a couple of years ago where
Oh, God.
it was just like hundreds of feces all around? Was that a Forest Service
That's
project?
our crew, yeah.
God, that was incredible reading
yes,
that article about
yes,
that.
yes.
And is that situation improved now?
It
up
has
at Conundrum?
improved tremendously, yes, with the overnight permit that went into
Uh-huh.
effect in 2018.
Yeah,
Yes,
great.
yes, much improved.
I love the picture in here of the shelter that you found.
Yeah, in Pickens County, way up
Or
4
the
Mile.
toilet
yeah.
that they constructed out there.
Yes.
That was
I know.
One
amazing.
of
That was
many,
Lincoln
one of
Creek.
very
Was that
many.
Lincoln Creek?
God, are you
Yeah.
kidding me?
another, temporary structure found just in the last week.
Mm-hmm.
So those things, it's relatively commonplace that that happens. And
Is it our local campers or our local homeless, or a combination?
Combination. Yeah, yeah. And as we talk about these things, I feel like I listed a lot of the work that we do, but there's always so many random things that pop up here and there. It's hard to remember everything that we do. Like a lot of illegal structures that we had to naturalize, destroy and naturalize. and that kind of work. And I feel bad for forgetting to mention the Independence Pass Foundation and Guaranteed, because they were great partners all summer. And then some other work that we do as forest officers was wildlife monitoring too, for wildlife closures. So just more important work that our officers do that I keep forgetting to mention. And the fire prevention thing, thanks for catching that, Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, that's been
I
big. We
don't know
appreciate that.
if any of you have ever seen the show Alone, but it's where people go out in the wilderness by themselves. And my favorite part of it is when they show a time sequence of breaking down their shelters and putting everything back so that you can't tell anybody was ever there. That's my favorite part of the show.
I wish more people did that.
Shelley, how many beds do you have at your facility in town here
Our,
on the S-curves?
our Aspen Bunkhouse has 12 bedrooms, 2 beds per bedroom. And then we have the single family home next to the office, which has 3 bedrooms. We do not often fill that 12 bedroom bunkhouse with 24 people. Because you can imagine, it gets
where
a little
I was
intense.
going was,
Yeah.
is there any opportunity to have, work with you to put some people in there, seasonal people, or and
Yeah,
is that year-round?
Yeah, and we have a partnership with ACES. So ACES occupies 3 of those bedrooms throughout the year. So they have 6 folks there in the summer and then 3 folks there in the winter. And then our paid staff and then also our interns tend to fill the rest of that bunkhouse in the summer.
And-
Winter's much lighter, of course, but
When Shelley said we don't usually fill it all the way to capacity, it's because while there are 24 beds in there, the rest of the infrastructure doesn't support 24 people especially well. Showers and bathrooms and kitchen and everything. So it gets pretty close. The last few years it has not been. We've decreased the amount of folks in there because of COVID to decrease that, just all the potential for transmission. But we're looking at this next summer being right back up there to 22, 23, 3 people again.
There's a lot of people in that little
It's a lot of people in that building, and normally everything goes relatively well. But again, it's the common infrastructure that can sometimes be the limiting factor rather than just the beds that are in there.
Is there one kitchen for all of the?
There's one kitchen. How many?
5 refrigerators.
5 refrigerators. Yeah.
And we did, this year, we recognized that we had extra space, and so we did offer a space to RFOV as well. We do have several partners who ask when the need arises, and so we aren't always able to accommodate, but if we can, we do.
It's pretty few and far between.
Yeah.
I think last year was one of the first,
It was.
other than the agreement we have with it, directly with ACES.
Go ahead, Howie.
I want to try to look ahead with this question, and really I'm looking at Gary right now because we as the open space is going through and have been discussing the whole idea of carrying capacity and impact from recreation on the landscape. And so I'm wondering aren't we doing a survey, working with that outfit out of Utah?
Forest Service is part of it.
Okay, so my question to you is, how are we going to deploy that information with respect to managing the forest? I'm talking about 3 or 4, 5 years out. Right now, we're playing catch-up by adding four people the county's paying for, but if we don't set some limits, perhaps we're going to have to add another 4 people in 10 years. So have you talked about how you're going to manage your land with respect to your ability to retain its quality of an experience as opposed to having it being overrun? Let's talk a little bit about that.
Do you mind?
No, go for it. This is one of our favorite topics.
Hopefully I don't get out ahead of my boss today, but we have just recently been informed that we will be taking on forest plan revision within the next, it'll be about a 4 to 5 year process depending on how things go. And it will start approximately a year from now is what they call 0 year, where we'll really be primarily bringing in information so that we have more of the data that we would need to be able to to then engage with the public on a new forest plan. So the last one is it's 20 years old right now, and the amazing thing about it being 20 years old is it's one of the newer ones in the region. So, so that's why we felt like we weren't in line anytime soon. But they're trying to pick that pace up a little bit and decided that they'd like us to take that on. So one of the big things that Scott Fitzwilliams, the forest supervisor, for those that might not know Scott, one of the things that he believes we will and we need to take on is kind of, I don't know if we'll call it exactly a carrying capacity, but taking a look at what that use is, and then what management we might need to consider, bringing to the national forest to be able to preserve some of those experiences, preserve some of the wildlife habitat, and those types of things that with unchecked amounts of people out, we would otherwise, continue to provide as many opportunities as we could, yet for some, not all, because some, still this is a lot less people when you go to the Maroon Bell Scenic Area than it is in New York City or whatever. But for many, especially those of us that live around here, that the higher the number of people, you start to degrade the experience as well. So that doesn't exactly answer your question as to how we'll use this information that you guys are bringing in right now, but I do think that we will be looking at that over the next, like I said, about 5-year period to really try to see what we can bring into a new forest plan that will help us to manage those things in a different way.
Are you working with the Aspen Chamber Resort Association? Because they've been gathering data on just such topics. And
we have that. We'll be looking towards information that
that's a good connection.
across the national forest, that anyone else has. But in addition, we'll be using like our visitor use data, which is coming in right now, and it's showing that we had another marked increase over what the numbers were before.
Really? This last year?
Well, so it's not year to year; it's on a 5-year increment. So from 5 years ago to now, we're showing that it's made another.
So that would include the pandemic thing.
Gary, where do we stand on our contract with?
Where we stand right now with the recreation capacity management is we are going to embark on year 2 of the user surveys. We only did 5 sites last year, and so. We also are using a kind of a new tool that tracks, it's called Streetlight, and it uses cell phone data to try to help us understand where users are going and how many users are going in certain places, and it supplements some of the actual user data, because that means people go out on the ground, they ask questions. And this past summer when we did that, we got a pretty great response rate. We got over 95% response rate wherever we went. And we're going to give you a full tour of that in March. They're still analyzing all the data. And in March, we're going to bring them in, and you guys will get a tour. We'll invite all our partners and everybody to that so they can get a tour. And so year 2 is coming up, and we want to expand it to 10 more sites, and you guys did approve funding for us. We are going to get some funding from the city of Aspen and the town of Snowmass Village, and we're going to be, looking at some Forest Service sites and some town of Snowmass Village sites, some city of Aspen sites, and Pickens County sites. And after year 2, and we're expanding it also down the Crystal to Avalanche, and so, after year 2, we should have enough data to try to understand, because we already have the wildlife data. We have the Watershed Biodiversity Initiative data, that gives us a really good baseline of that data. So between the wildlife data and the user data, because they're not just taking surveys, they're also giving some people GPS to see where they're going when they leave, like Capitol Creek Trailhead. And so after we get all of that in year 2, I think, this time And towards the winter and spring, we'll be working with the partners. And Kevin did kind of alert me a couple days ago that they might be doing this forest plan revision. And it's actually really good timing because all this data can be then fed into their forest plan revision to really potentially affect some change. You've already seen it, Conundrum. You're going to see like the maroon bells and the four-pass loop, and so you're going to see some of that. Where else do we employ some tactics like that or not? And what other trailheads need help or not? So we're going to have a lot more data to feed into their plan, and that will also, one of the things too, we did go for a state grant with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to kind of take Pickens County out of the lead facilitation role of this kind of recreation partners group that we're doing. And if we get that grant, we'll be able to hire a facilitator to kind of keep this group going and to really hit all the land managers and then expand that to stakeholders, because there are a lot of stakeholders: Independence Pass Foundation, Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association, Roaring Fork Valley Horse Council, the agricultural producers. There's so many stakeholders in this area that we need to bring into that process. But right now we're in data collection, and as we move forward to the future, it's really about, okay, we have all this data. Now what do we do with it? And what does the Forest Service do with it?
And can I add, I just want to make sure, I don't want you to think that we're just waiting for this data to be collected before we respond, because to your point, we recognized years ago the need to do some stronger management in the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness in particular. So that led to the overnight permit for Conundrum, and we'll be implementing the same permit system in portions of the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness, Fort Pass Loop, Capitol, Geneva, etc. The reservation system that was put in place at the Bells, the toilet at Upper Lost Man that can joke about, but that was in response to a human waste issue because of the high use. So it's been really important for us over the last few years to bring these specific stakeholders to the table to help. What are the issues? How can we work together to manage them? I think of the Lead King Loop working group that we have in place with Gunnison County and Town of Marble. Smaller group efforts with like Lime Park and that climbing area there and the increased use. So it's been really crucial over the last few years to put these kind of smaller focused groups together so that we can keep managing these areas that need that extra attention. The Bells and Conundrum are two really good examples of how in the past, before these management strategies were put into place, you saw these crazy spikes on the weekends, and now things are really, we call it filling in the valleys, basically. So we're at a more
just crazy 7 days a week.
Instead of like these crazy peaks, but they're not. We had these insane peaks on the weekends, and now we've really kind of plateaued where use hasn't dropped. Like the same number of people are going to these places, but they're just going more spread out,
That's what the
7 days
Chamber's
a week.
been working on.
Yeah, and the Chamber's been really helpful. I think everyone's kind of changed that focus of how can we get more people here to how can we get them here in a little bit better strategy so that we can work on that plateauing of use.
I've got a list here. So Greg, and then Graham, and then Francie.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, I'm hoping this data helps us get a picture of the changing culture of outdoor recreation and the demographics. Just having the ability with a cell phone or the GPS messaging system now, I think gives people who may have been hesitant to go farther into the backcountry more confidence to go out and do things. And we see such an influx of people doing, amazing runs through the wilderness or climbs of peaks at all the strange hours of the day or times of year. And they all seem to be partially enabled by the technology, which makes them feel safer. I'm hoping we have a chance to really look at and understand that, because I think our response on how we're going to care for these places will, needs to appreciate how I think many, many, many more people are being enabled to get out here than would have been previously.
And I think the user surveys, I know the user surveys are gathering that data. They're gathering demographic data. They're gathering, specific information on how did you find out this place? How did you get here? Is it too crowded? But we're also trying to understand from the visitor perspective, because you hear it from locals. The anecdotal data, the thing you hear is it's too crowded, it's terrible. Now, how about the people that are actually using You know, like this year we did the grottos. Are they upset? I don't know. We'll find out. And so, but that's the important piece of this user data too, is you need to understand not just from one perspective. You need to understand it from the user who's actually going out there and using it. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, we'll give you an update on the 5 sites that we did this year, and then, you know, we're picking some big ones next year, the Lost Mans, and we're actually going to do Capitol Creek again because it was so crazy nuts. But you know, it'll be interesting too, like sites that you think are more dispersed, like Avalanche. Is what do people think about that?
Okay, so Graham.
I know we worked together kind of on the Hunter Creek burn, which I guess was a great success. And so that kind of brings up the forest health kind of aspect of everything. And I was wondering, you know, how we might work together on forest health. And I don't know where the pine and spruce and whatever beetles are coming or going or whatever. But just can you address maybe forest health and how we can work with you on that?
Sure. So forest health wise, you know, I can't remember if this is the last time or one of the times we were here, but we talked about the Douglas fir beetle that you can actually see right out the windows here.
And you?
Well, on a normal day anyway, with blue skies.
Hopefully this is a normal day.
Yeah, that's true. More of these. So that's you know, that's one beetle that right now is more influential on our forest health than normal in this area. It's a native beetle. It you know, it's not coming from somewhere else. And the great thing about that particular tree in the context of just how's that going to look over a large swath of the areas, we don't have a lot of Douglas fir in this area, so you're not going to see something like when you would drive to Denver, you know, 10 years ago and go through Summit County where you just saw red trees everywhere. You will see large patches in some places. So that gets to the beetle thing. And right now, we don't have any other beetle issues in the Roaring Fork Valley. Now they're coming towards us. The spruce beetle is coming from the south towards us, from both the Gmug and the San Juan and the Rio Grande in that area. So if, you know, 5 years from now, I may be telling you something totally different. But I think that the biggest thing from a forest health perspective for us is really trying to continue to look at all the opportunities we have to continue to do fuels work. So, and when I say fuels work, I'm thinking wildland fuels. Continuing to do projects like you just mentioned, like the Hunter Creek burn that we did last spring. That we've got others that are also in need of those same types of treatments. There's also other types of treatments to utilize as well with non-prescribed fire. So, you know, either cutting and burning later, or these really cool things called masticators that drive around and basically chew stuff up and spit it back out into little pieces. You know, we've got all kinds of opportunities there, and Pitkin County has in both open space as well as other aspects from Pitkin County have partnered with us on projects like that already. And I think that's probably the thing that I would encourage the most, is to continue to look towards those similar types of projects. Literally yesterday afternoon, spent quite a bit of time talking with folks on my staff about where we're going next. Where are we going hopefully this spring, and what are the other projects that we're looking at in the next 2 to 3 years as well. And I asked for some additional information from that to be able to bring it to folks like Gary, to bring it to Valerie McDonald, who's been working with the Wildfire Collaborative as well, to say, here's what we've got right now in the works for the next few years. Are there places where we can collaborate together to either do more or to work across boundaries and things like that? So at some point relatively soon. This will be something that I'm hoping in January to really start talking with folks a little bit more about what those opportunities are, both in the short term as well as over a few years as well.
And we're doing it. I mean, Faloha
Yeah.
Meadows,
Yep.
this coming year, we're gonna be looking, the Forest Service is gonna be doing some work in the back.
That's one of
And
them.
we're gonna swing it around into Faloha.
Mhm.
So, Liza and Phil Nyland with the Forest Service have been working together, so you keep funding it.
Yeah.
It was in the work plan, you missed it, but you guys keep funding it every year, so right now, we've been doing incredible, that burn was super successful.
It was
last year.
funny. Weird to see fire
People
burning
at
up
first
there.
were like, "Oh my God, look what you did," and we were like, "Well, that's a successful burn because we actually got some burn." But you saw, if you guys were up there, I know you two were up there with the Hunter Creek. By midsummer, yes, you could tell there was still a burn, but it was pretty greened up by then.
It really
so-
was.
What did that cost you? Can you put a number to that?
Yeah, we
burn?
can. I just got the bill. I did. It was like
How are we gonna
$32,000.
pay it is the question.
It was around $32,000, and we split it with the city. ACES paid a portion, and for the first time ever, Aspen Fire Protection District paid a piece of it too. So yeah, and they have a new fuel specialist that has been really part of this conversation. So, that the forest health thing is, we only enter things to really improve forest health and the wildlife habitat piece, but usually it always benefits wildfire mitigation too.
Have you
And one
brought
of the
it-
reasons why we're partnering, up there is, that beetle mitigation is fire mitigation. Green trees burn less than dead trees. So it's a big deal, but it's also trying to keep some of these big Douglas fir around is actually beneficial to wildlife too.
So have we done any work, brought in healthy rivers and streams at all for our concerns over water quality from fires? And that might be another group we might want to bring in. They've got a funding mechanism and they may want to be partners in some way when it's appropriate, but just a thought. Okay, I have a list. Francie?
Yeah,
Greg,
I
you're
have
on the
a quick
list.
comment and then a question. So in the New York Times in the last couple of days, they had an article on Forest Service in-holdings with private lands all around them. Did you guys see that?
Onyx, the Onyx app,
And
the
this-
one in Wyoming. the
Yeah,
cro-
and
corner
this
crossing.
thing
Oh,
called
I've seen
cross-cutting,
that,
Corner crossing.
Corner
yeah.
cutting, yeah.
Where hunters will sort of jump over a corner so they can get across the private land. And anyway, it was a really interesting read. I know we have some in-holdings around here that, I don't know if they're affected during hunting or not, but.
We've been weaning the in-holdings out with other land exchanges.
I would say where we see the biggest impact, and it's not a resource impact in the same way, but where we see the biggest impact from in-holdings really is on our lands and realty staff and the amount of work that it takes on our end to many times grant access to those things. They need a driveway, or they need there's just different things that come along with those pieces of ground that are surrounded by national forest.
Yeah, so
And
you're talking about a small piece of private inside a huge forest.
That's-
Yeah, this was just the opposite. It was like a
we don't
huge private lands with some Forest Service in the middle.
we don't have as much of that here.
Yeah.
Ours is more the opposite, where we have
Uh-huh.
the private and a bunch of Forest Service
Yeah.
around it, and it causes an additional workload on our staff to be able to administer all the things that it takes for that those people desire, as far as, primarily it comes down to accessing, but sometimes it's, my solar panels have to go right here and it can't go on my, there's just all kinds of different things that come up, so that's
We
it.
also have in-holdings that are owned by the county that are in the forest, and the forests that are in the middle of county, especially in open space. For
Well, then
example,
my
mining
question-
claims.
Yep.
On beyond that comment, my question is, where does the CPW fit into your working relationships?
Sure. Parks and Wildlife, well, first of all, they are a huge funder. The Habitat, I might not get it, HPP, I can't remember
Yeah,
what it stands
Habitat Protection Program.
Protection Program, are amazing funders of a lot of our prescribed fire work and other fuels work. That is, again, like Gary said, a lot of the work happens, they fund it because it's great wildlife habitat improvement work, same reason that you guys are funding a lot of it, but it helps forest health and it helps for wildfire protection. So Parks and Wildlife is a huge proponent of the types of things that we've just been talking about. They also are at the table. Most of these collaboratives
They're part of the
or
collaborative.
coalitions,
They are part of it.
they're almost always sitting there, being asked and giving feedback on, well, how does this thing impact wildlife, whether it's recreation or prescribed fire or mastication or something like that. They're usually right there with us.
Well, my question is, I was meeting with Mac at the SKICO about their construction up there this summer, and he was telling me that CPW is only advisory up there, and that it's you guys who have the actual decision-making capability, and that they just advise you on where to go in terms of, where they can construct and where they can't and that kind of thing.
Sure. They're on national forest. The process that we have is the National Environmental Policy Act, and so for I'll call it formal, feedback and for recommendations and such. So when you say up there, you're talking about
Well, I was talking about Pandora
Yeah.
this
So-
time, but in general.
Yeah, but in general, and using Pandora as an example.
Not with me in the room.
Okay. Some other example up there
Just don't call it that.
off a Snowmass or somewhere else, or let's say on a ski area still, where it's national forest lands that are administered with a permit, and we the Forest Service with our partner are looking to implement some sort of project, and so when we're doing that, we look at those things together with them, and Parks and Wildlife has the opportunity, just like any member of the public, to comment. We almost always get a formal comment letter back from them, but in addition to that, we normally sit down with them either beforehand, during, after, whatever, and try to figure out what are the right things. I do know, I saw the same articles in the newspaper that a lot of other folks saw, where in that particular instance where there was still some I will say different opinions about what timing restrictions and those kind of things, and Mac is fairly correct in that in the end recommendations come into us, and in those instances with ski area projects, the forest supervisor makes a decision, and sometimes those are right in line with what those recommendations are, and sometimes they're slightly different.
Because CPW
Thank you.
technically
That's-
doesn't have the authority on federal lands.
That was helpful, thank you.
The great thing about the partnership is that they're responsible for managing the wildlife. We're responsible for managing the habitat, and so they need us and we need them, because we need the critters and they need the habitat for them.
So, okay, Greg, and then we're gonna look at wrapping. Greg?
Right, okay, thank you. Two things very quickly, just looking through, I can't find it in my agenda now, but earlier I saw just regarding the Maroon Bells plan and information gathering, there was discussion, or at least a category regarding e-bikes, but I didn't see an awful lot about just regular recreational cyclists, non-motorized, and I just wanted to point that out, that I didn't see it in there. It made me a little nervous, because there are an awful lot of people who think the Maroon Bells ride is the best possible bicyclist, human-powered bike ride, and a lot of people rely on that as part of their recreational program. And I know you all know that. I just didn't see it when I was looking through there, looking at. That was the first thing. Second thing was regarding relationship with CPW and other entities, open space. There has been concern and a movement kind of starting, and an organization starting in the Valley focused on wildlife crossings, safe passages. Roaring Fork has been established, and I'm just wondering if the Forest Service office locally has become aware of what's happening there, and has any outreach come to you on that topic? Because I know open space is aware of it.
I am aware of it. We haven't been involved with it with much there yet on the safe passages part.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll look to Shelley maybe on the
cyclists at the Bells.
Yeah, Greg, were you looking at the agenda for tomorrow evening's meeting? Is that what you're looking
No,
at?
we have an update this afternoon, Greg. So
There you
just,
go.
you
Is
can
that
hold
the
on,
afternoon update?
yeah.
Aha, thank you.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
on today's
I
agenda.
couldn't find it right now, and I was ripping out what was left in my hair. Thanks, Patty.
Yeah, anytime, Greg. I'll fill you in on today's agenda. Just so you know where we're going. Okay, closing remarks. Anybody?
Patty, I have one other thing I'd like to just mention is that.
Of course, we don't get you in the room often.
I know. So, I don't know how many folks saw the article in the newspaper that I believe it was Scott Condon that wrote it from a week or so ago about the amount of gross domestic product that comes directly and indirectly.
I mean,
from
how many
the white-
billions was that number?
$1.59 billion of
Directly
gross.
from what?
Indirectly and directly from the White River National Forest. So just the White River, not like all of Region 2 or something like that in the Rocky Mountains, but just from the White River National Forest, from, Eisenhower Tunnel to Rifle up Independence Pass and up to the Flat Tops. There's approximately $1.5 billion in GDP created from your national forest. And so just wanted to point that out to folks in the value that this study was, and this was from a couple of years ago. And so some of the use numbers and things that went into that are actually older. But I think it talks to, in my mind anyway, it talks to the value of these types of relationships that we just were speaking about is, better the money that you guys have helped us out with to hire more people to be out there on the ground is directly influencing the experience from a lot of the people that are out there creating that gross domestic product that keeps this county and Eagle County and Summit and all of them, is a huge driver for the economies here. And so I just want to thank you guys again for helping us to help our local public as well as everyone that comes from all the different places that they come to experience their national forests. It's a huge privilege to be responsible for that management, and you guys are a huge help to help us do that. So appreciate it.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys too, because there's no question that you do it out of love for the forest. You're not trying to get rich, and I just really appreciate the work that you guys do.
But he wants to split it at 1.5 billion.
Yeah.
I don't blame you at all. We want some of it too.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thank
Anything
you.
else,
Take
you
care.
guys?
Okay.
Good to see you.
That's it.
Sure. So great to see you guys. Thank you.
Nice
Thank
to
you for all the
take
hard
care.
work you put in. We appreciate it.
I
And
assume that
anytime-
includes logging.
It does. It includes both I
Everything.
don't know, some people call them extractive and non-extractive
Right.
industries.
Yeah.
It does. If you read the article, or I can forward on the actual report to folks as well, you can see what some of that split looks like. And in these areas compared to some other areas of Western National Forest, that split is very much more on what some people think of as the non-extractive side.
Are we
But it is all together.
the White River National Forest have the highest GDP, as you call it, of all the national forests?
That is correct.
We are. More than
Please do
Yosemite.
forward that report. Sorry
More
to
than
jump in.
Yosemite. Yeah, that would be great if you send us that.
I will get it to Charlotte.
To Charlotte. Charlotte
Yep.
can send it out to us.
All right.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can take food on the way out too. You can
Yes,
come
take
in
some
and
lunch.
going out.
We need to come out of session.
You just need to adjourn.
You want to adjourn?
You guys need to just adjourn your meeting.
Amy, do you second that?
Just a second.
Okay, well, we're gonna move forward because we're already a little bit behind. So Cindy, if you guys wanna come up, I'm trying to, because we have a really long day still ahead of us.
Okay. Yeah, it's mostly thinking.
I will check with Tracy, but chances are she's booked. Okay. I'll take,
Someone's
Please.
Oh,
phone.
you are fine.
yeah, don't worry about it. I got it covered. Got you covered.
I don't know who was sitting in.
It's Wyatt's. I will take it to him. Hi.
Okay, we are gonna move right into our next. I have a quorum, so
Machiavelli.
Machiavelli, pragmatism and truth.
Should have just stayed in the meeting.
thanks, guys. Good to see you. Nice to see you.
Greg, thanks,
Thanks for
guys.
coming in. We really appreciate your coming in.
Graham.
Okay, Kara, floor is yours.
I'm trying to get into the meeting real quick. Okay. Good afternoon. Kara Silbernagel here, Deputy County Manager.
Cindy Hubin, consultant.
She loves saying that.
Ellen Sassano, Long Range Planner.
And so we are here before you today as an update to the Community Growth Advisory Committee. And I am not sure, can you see if Mona or Michael are on, just our participants online? Okay.
Nope, I just see Michael Miracle and Joe Wells.
Okay.
And Carolyn Zachariason from the Times.
Okay.
At least that's all I have on mine.
Can you promote Michael? Sorry. So, great. We have Michael Miracle is one of the co-chairs of the committee. So, let me share screen. Okay. So, again, we're here to give you an update of the Community Growth Advisory Committee. It has been meeting since you all had a kickoff with them in July, and so we've had 8 meetings and wanted to, as we said, come back to you all as they were progressing and get update you all and get any direction you may have for the committee as it moves forward. So just a quick overview of where we are in the work to date. So just a reminder for the public is that we had 70 applicants for community, from community members that applied to be a part of this committee. 26 were appointed by the BOCC in July. I guess in September, the committee had nominated and voted for Michael Miracle and Mona Newton were selected as co-chairs. So the team has been working closely with them as we've been moving forward. And as I mentioned, we've had 8 meetings to date since July 26th. Pretty much meetings are held Wednesdays from 4 to 6, and it's every other Wednesdays. And we are meeting either up Valley at the Aspen Police Department or down Valley at the Rocky Mountain Institute, just to reflect the valley-wide composition of the committee. Mid-Valley. Sorry.
That's not down Valley.
Mid-Valley. So again, just today, the purpose of today's is just to share with the board the status of the committee and where we're headed. Really, the committee has been leaning on the goal and vision that the board set forth way back when, which is to meet our climate action goals by utilizing growth management and the land use code while creating an equitable, sustainable, and resilient quality of life and economy for the future. This has really been the guiding principles for the work and the conversations within the committee. As part of the kickoff from the board, you all also identified some key values that were to define our community as a starting place, and so that really was looking at climate action and environmental sustainability, a healthy, resilient, and inclusive economy, equity, and affordability. What is referenced here in orange is, as the committee has dived in, they've added to the richness of the values, and so this really is the shared values between the BOCC and what the committee has come up with. And when we first kicked off the meeting, and I believe that was actually the one with the board, is when everyone went around and said their 2050 vision, and a common theme that really came out is a balance of the community of this place that everyone holds so special and dear. And so really bringing that thought of balance into the values as well as rural preservation and community carrying capacity. So I know this is really hard. The intention is not to see the details per se, but to understand the trajectory. And the work that's been done to place. So if you all remember, when we kicked off this process or brought this process forward to you, we kind of had it in 4 phases. There was a kicking off the process, there was a baselining, so understanding that we have 26 community members with a wide breadth of understanding of land use code and bringing everyone up of what is GMQS, what does it stand for, TDRs, all that baseline information. And so spending a lot of time giving that background information and then moving into evaluating alternatives. What are the levers that can be used? How do those levers help to achieve our goals? That's really where we are right now, and probably the crux of a few more meetings before they move into finalizing recommendations. And so the past meetings over the course of November is really diving into the different land use levers. As part of your packet, staff created a house-size white paper that really combined a lot of the different data that Cindy and Ellen and her team have been working on over the years and synthesized it into what's the existing conditions, the trends, and the impacts of house size in our community as a baseline for the group to start working forward from.
It was fantastic. It was really, really great.
It's a team effort, but years of work from these
really
two right
good.
here.
Really helpful.
And then the meeting just last week was the committee continuing to dive into that and talk about what are those big topics? What are the things that are going to be on the table to work through now as we understand what the challenges are that lie ahead, what's our goal that we're working towards, and how do we play with the different levers, or as Michael often says, the different dials to come up with the right mix for the community. And that's really where we are as far as a big picture trajectory. Diving in a little bit more is just kind of how we've started to understand this is a very complex, there's people with 37 years of experience that know this, but how do we make it understandable for the committee and then for the community at the end of this process? And so really a lot of the work so far has been, again, looking at those shared values. What are the community shared values, the BOCC, and then really having a conversation about what do we want more of or less of in the community as we think about 2050 to meet those goals. And that has really led us then to these big topic questions. And that's really where we are right now, right? We've been doing this big funneling to get into these big topic questions, understanding the data and levers that play a part. And as the committee starts to sort through those over the next few meetings, then start to come out with what's the compromise that best meets the community for where it is today, and the recommendations back to you all as the BOCC. Anything to add?
I'm going to jump in real quick before we get any further. I just want to thank you, and I want to thank the members of this committee for the work you guys have done so far. It's incredible. It's enormous. And I think I can speak for the whole board saying we're very grateful and we really appreciate the time and energy. It's big.
They are giving a lot of time, and I have to say we've seen 0 attrition in this group right now, which is pretty amazing to how important it is to so much of the community too.
I usually stand out in front of the police department and thank them when they come out at the end.
Are they going to need an extension?
We will get to that, yes. We've posed it to the group.
You'll still be chair, sorry.
So we just wanted to share, I guess this was in October, maybe? We did some breakout with the group just to understand what is the community in 2050? What do you want to see more of? What do you want to see less of? And I don't think any of this is a surprise, except just to see how 26 different community members can come, where there is alignment in some of these places and how it shapes, I think, a lot of the conversation that, quite frankly, you all have been having for a long time. And so, more sustainable construction. I'm not going to go through all of these, but again, the rural preservation, affordable housing, some, how do we meet our climate goals? as well as, closing the loopholes in GMQS, ensuring preservation of those rural areas, reducing congestion and traffic. So I think this has really served as a guiding, I would say for the planning team, has served as kind of the guiding conversation of what the committee wants and how that helps of what levers they start to look at. So from there, the committee came up with, okay, well, what are those big questions? What are the things that we're actually looking at? Because this is so broad, right? There's so many different ways to start to look at what's the community of the future. And so the committee came up with these big theme questions: house size, TDRs and GMQS. How do we look at future development? What's the current STR policy? How affordable housing policies, the urban growth boundaries, density, transit-oriented development. I'm sure all of these sound very familiar to each one of you commissioners, as they're common themes that you all have been talking about. And also really clarifying that, as we look at this, it really is not just the land use code, but also the building code and the energy code. And then at the meeting on November 30th, the committee really came to give some direction of what are the big topic questions that we're going to look at moving forward. And so the group agreed. We've been using the analogy, what are the ingredients that we're cooking with here? And so they agreed, those that have check marks, residential house size is an ingredient we're looking at. Bless you. Changes to the current GMQS and TDR system, looking at redevelopment, revisiting the zoning and land use patterns. And then what they talked about with the county's affordable housing policies is not just where affordable housing is looking at, but how does development pay its way for housing? So what's the, is it the right mix? Is that a fair way to say it? So I think I wanted to capture that nuance that the group had. And then the short-term rental policy, the group had a good discussion of, it definitely is influenced in some of the goals that you all want to see, and should be a topic for consideration, but not a deep dive into what recommendations would come forward. And so those are really shaping the direction of the committee as they start to look at the different levers and where they head. And, again, the note at the bottom of this slide is really, this is the what. Each one of these topics now is diving into the if so, how, right? And so that is really the work of the committee as it moves ahead.
And how did you define land use levers?
I guess we would say the tools that we have available within the land use code or within the building codes, energy codes. What are those levers we can pull within the tools that we use within those codes to make a difference to the goals that the board has set?
And it says available. What happens if we come up with a new land use lever?
That's okay too.
Okay.
As long, and I think it's about taking account of the limitations that we have, what we can legally do, and those sorts of things. I understand. But,
no, but I just want to make sure that
yeah.
is an open door.
Yeah.
Because who knows what we may come up with.
Yeah, it's a very creative group.
Yeah, they're great. Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, you're good. And so it was interesting to see the list that the group came up with then as we went back and looked at the list that the BOCC identified at the beginning. So really all of these pieces that the board identified at the onset, house size, redevelopment, GMQS, growth management quota system, transferable development rights, and the environmental constraints are all really part of the conversation for the committee, as well as some additional ones. And so that is a very high level update to the board. I think, as I mentioned, a lot of the work has just been getting that baseline, getting the committee all baselined onto what is the land use code. Cindy did a phenomenal Land Use 101 for the committee. I encourage anyone to go watch it.
Suzanne did growth management.
Suzanne did growth management. So there's been a lot of great education for everyone, the experts in the room and those that are community experts. And so really just wanted then to open it up to the board of what questions do you have, what items would you have to move forward, and want to call out that Michael is also on the call as well as one of the co-chairs.
Okay,
But when you say go watch it, you're talking about the video of the meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
She did it's a land use
It's
code
on the
101.
website.
Yep.
But Kelly, before I call on you, I just want to ask, what other levers, is zoning an available lever?
Definitely, and we're going to get into that this next meeting.
Okay. All right, Kelly, please.
Thanks. Yeah, Patty, you begged one of my questions a little bit, because I do notice that land use patterns was on the prior, the list that they generated, I guess. And I'm curious to understand how folks are thinking about preservation of rural character. And if you can just sort of summarize those conversations. And then I really appreciated the white paper. I think that's fantastic. I would love a deeper dive with us on that. Quite honestly, most of it totally makes sense to me. I could personally use my handheld a little bit on some of the economic data that was part of that white paper.
Yeah, if you want to go back to quickly I need my handheld on the economics one too. But the land use pattern and the rural preservation part of things, we're just now getting into it. When we did the less and the mores, what do you want to see more of, less of, and when we did that initial values discussion that you were part of, it just kept coming up, the same old thing, like where can we put more affordable housing is more of a driver in terms of the land use patterns, how we have urban and rural distinctions today, and whether or not that's a land use pattern to retain, or whether or not there are other growth areas, the committee's calling them, that we may want to consider, and what that looks like. So in order to get into that a little bit more, we're going to preface some of that this next week with a look at zoning and where that is today and sort of the existing conditions of zoning. So we have the lay of the land. We're going to look at build out so we know in what parts of the county we have remaining build out, and this is all relative to residential. And we're going to look at what the existing limitations are today as far as house size with the various caucuses, and then what the code has to say. Ultimately, we'll get into what the code has to say about redevelopment and what those rules are today, and how the committee may or may not come up with recommendations to change any or all of that in terms of a recommendation to the board. So we're just getting some of the foundation work together now, Kelly, to get into some of those questions that committee members might have, because we've got a great span of people, some who really understand what we're talking about when we're talking about zoning, and some who've really never thought about zoning in the context that we're looking at it today, or potential changes. So I think that covers your question, but except for rural character, I'm sorry, real quickly, rural character, that came out and you guys helped me, but it rose to the level of getting recognition that that people still wanted the county to be rural in nature, much like the master plan state in the direction of the master plans, that people still want to see Pitkin County as a rural settlement, if you will, a rural land use pattern. So
I guess I would just, I'm sure there's people who are pretty alarmed by the headline on this topic this morning about build out. I just want, like, when, if the committee is thinking about when does rural not look like rural anymore, in terms of land use pattern. I mean, does adding 270 more units in the Crystal Valley convert it from being a rural place? And, and I guess what are the tools that we can use to address that. But I'd also love for staff, I guess, to just keep a catalog of tools that we might wish we have that we don't have, would also be a helpful outcome, I think, for us out of this conversation too.
Great.
Okay, Greg?
Can I chime in real quick?
Well, let me just, Michael, just a second, because Greg, is it okay if Michael goes?
I was just going to tag on to Kelly. I really appreciate what she just said and what she was thinking about. I just wanted to tag on with, I look at all this and I think about resource availability and, what will it actually take to get to build out with water use or electrification, grid availability, transportation availability, all those things. And I'm hoping that that's part of this conversation, or what, at least something that's being presented with this group from staff. What are the assumptions that we have regarding resources? Are they unlimited, or do we actually see a limitation? Thanks.
Does that come in under carrying capacity?
Yeah, and the group did make quite a substantial list, water being one of those. I'm trying to think of all the other, they're just going over my head right now, but water, natural resources, being all part of that, Greg, and I know that we'll get into that more in depth. And that gets into, whether or not those are our levers or not. As you know, with water, a lot of it is state, and some of them aren't our levers, but we do need to acknowledge what's going on. And would those types of issues, such as water, drive zoning in a different way? Perhaps. So those are the kinds of questions we'll start to explore.
Yeah. So you might not be able
I'd put energy in there as well, as
Right.
with our push for electrification and net zero. Energy is a big, like water. So thank you. I think it's a worthy conversation.
We might not be able to control water, but we can control things around water that would technically help us control water.
And I would just share, I think there's a good conversation with the committee too, because this can get so broad as well, right? And so I think there's a good conversation of the committee really saying, can we focus on the land use code, and what does the land use code allow us to help influence, rather than, do you take everything and try and see different ways to influence it? So we really are working within the land use code, energy code, building codes, and to understand how those can be used to influence those other resources.
Okay. Michael, please.
So I'm going to just add a bit more of an answer to the question that Kelly asked. And one thing the group has done, I think, interestingly, is ask the question of, what is rural and remote character, and that there's the number of homes per lot size, that sometimes a single home on a large lot spaces things out that gives what rural looks like. It kind of supports that. But then there's the intensity of activity question that maybe is examining what rural should feel like. And I think that's come up. So we are trying to maybe put some deeper thought into a question that maybe has often just a fairly reflexive definition or answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Francie.
That's what I was going to talk about too, Michael, was 35 acres with a huge house on it spread throughout the whole valley. Maybe some people see that as rural. I don't, but I'm sure some people do. And so, that is that what we want, or do we want more dense housing and then leave some of the other places alone as an expression of our desire for more rural character? But I wanted to ask you a question about the affordable housing, and because it said something about, I can't remember, it was a couple slides ago, something about development, so I know that if we have plans to do affordable housing, like if you looked at the tree farm, I can't remember how much of it is affordable housing, but not that much. I don't remember, 10 or 20% or something. Well, that's developers building that so they can have an income, so the developers can have an income. That's not community service project by any means. I mean, it's the great location and everything, but, so if we had, we're not gonna attract developers to do affordable housing because they're not gonna make money on it if it's all affordable, unless we have some kind of partnership with them. So, I mean, I suppose we could just look at contractors and hire contractors to build it and we'd be the engine behind it, or maybe the whole Valley Coalition would be the engine behind it. But, I mean, I think there's one thing it would be good for the committee to talk about, might be good for the community to talk about, would be a relationship with developers and NGOs or counties or whatever, so that the developers have a desire to be involved. Whereas if it's all going to be affordable housing, there's no desire for them to be involved. It's like, so.
And I think as it's really been funneled within the group right now is to say, how is the land use code enabling or not enabling affordable housing development?
Mm-hmm.
So not necessarily to the step of who's developing it, but how does the land use code enable it, whether it, be mitigation fees or whatnot. And looking at, I think that's really what it's referring to, which should the county's affordable housing policies be overhauled, it's really how is the land use code enabling or not enabling that affordable housing development.
And we've heard over and over simplification of the codes, so.
Set the housing policy that truly is apparently, according to Mr. Peacock, a policy is no housing outside the urban growth boundary.
What?
That's part of,
No housing outside, affordable housing outside the urban growth boundary,
But
except
they're
where
also
there's areas that
discussing-
are already developed. with
And they're
housing.
also discussing changing the urban growth boundary. Didn't I see that go by?
could be part of it, yeah.
And I didn't make that up, Patty. It is actually
I
in
know.
the.
I just asked what you told me. I was one who was part of that policy, and I said no.
I mean, that's what TOD is basically, right? Is changing the urban growth boundary to include more housing near public transit.
It would probably be development outside of urban growth boundaries in that case. So the urban growth boundary is going to be a planning area that is set in partnership. It's really set by the municipality to a certain degree, and where they're willing to extend services and such that would support densities. And so
Around transit, right? I mean, densities around transit possibly.
Yeah, and so these questions are the ones that the committee has to wrestle with. Is transit-oriented development outside of an urban growth boundary consistent with, the rural nature of a community? Is that a trade-off that you want to make as far as a land use code? And then you have to talk about the densities, because the truth is we subsidize housing, right? Or we subsidize affordable housing in order to have developments that are consistent with values we have around land use patterns, right? You could build a lot of density on a very small piece of property and make the economic side work, but that's not consistent with the values of our community. And so we subsidize a development pattern that allows affordable housing to be available for our workforce and community members.
In a more rural nature.
Yeah,
I'm
and
not
so.
quite sure what you just said, because, see, we haven't ever talked about single-family home affordable housing. I mean, we do it in the county with our buyout program, but we're talking about increased density for our affordable housing. And now you're saying that's not compatible with our.
Well, I think that's the question, right? Is what level of density is compatible, and then you know what the equation is that you're talking to a developer about, and how do you construct a partnership? You almost need to know the answer to that question before you can answer the question that you posed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's not necessarily a question. It's just sort of like, these are some things that I think we have to think about is, And I think another one along with this is, if we increase transit available housing, then we're going to be affecting our view plane when people drive up and down the valley. And is that what rural means? What you see from your car spewing out fumes
Yeah.
on pavement. Is that the important rural character to keep? That's already been violated, you know, like.
And it's these complexities that may mean that the committee needs a little bit more time to work through diving into
Well,
each of these bullet points.
And I think just, I know there's a couple of people that have their hands up, but just a quick nuance on that second to last, the revisit zoning and land use patterns. It actually started off as urban growth boundaries, and the committee had this very similar discussion, what's the role of TODs? And I think they, after discussion and reworking how it was termed, agreed that it is really talking about the land use patterns. So it is like, is density within the urban growth boundary, but it can't, they wanted it to be reflective of zoning and land use patterns to be a bigger scale picture than just talking about maybe the urban growth boundary or transit oriented development. So I think that they're grappling with the same thing you are.
Okay, Michael, you want to finish up there, Michael? And then I've got Greg and then Steve. And then Kelly.
I just
then
wanted to
what-
also point out
those are-
why affordable housing and STRs ended up on this list, and that is, as we talked through the what we want more of and less of, that those became answers to sort of or areas that we could be manipulating dials to get the more of, less of. So it's not that it needs to be viewed specifically through land use code decisions. It's that the group can at times feel like it's being asked to solve for a multitude of problems that could be solved in other ways, including ways that you've kind of taken a couple of runs at as commissioners already. So, one of our kind of sort of frames was that housing should behave like housing. Well, then as we talked about that, we said, well, does a house functioning as a lodge, is that housing behaving like housing, or is that housing behaving like lodging? So then the question of the short-term rental policy, should it be revisited, came up, because we are feeling at times like we are being asked to fix all of the problems with the work that we have been tasked with as a group, and that there might be an opportunity to revisit some things that you've done as a way to solve some of the problems we're being asked to solve for that could be best solved in other arenas.
Everything is everything, Michael. I believe that came from you.
Okay, Greg, please, because we need to start focusing, guys, because our day is going to be very long after.
I was going to say, yeah, Michael, yeah, we do want you to solve all these problems. So have at it. You're doing a great job so far. Keep going. The question I had is, I'm mourning the loss of the close cooperation and even joint office of planning or ComDev when the city and the county were a joint operation. And that it was before my time, and I don't know how well it worked, but unless the municipalities are part of this, a conversation about TDRs to me starts becoming kind of, pretty difficult. We're talking about urban growth boundaries, but at the center of those urban growth boundaries are municipalities that have a different set of rules and may not want to play. So the question is this committee talking about, how will we be inclusive of the municipalities if that's optimal for us? Because I kind of think, we all need to play together. We're all in the same sandbox. Thanks.
And Steve's next.
Did you hear that, Steve? You're on.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. I wanted to kind of redefine what a rural feels like. 60 years ago, there were about 20 houses in the entirety of Snowmass and Capitol Creek. And to me, that defines rural. Everything was farm and ranch land with houses on it that people took care of the land. Now, even now in the area I live in, it feels like a bedroom community to Aspen. People love living out here. It's a wonderful place to live. It's a great place to put worker housing out in rural areas far away from the transit hubs, because people really like living out here, and that's why it's become a bedroom community out here farther away from the bus system where people have to drive. that's part of the problem that we have created by what we're doing. I notice on your list, I mean, we didn't task you with looking at the energy code and trying to have housing become net zero. That's something that we want to tackle, but I don't think we specifically tasked the committee to doing that
did.
thing, and it's not on the list.
You did.
But there is kind of a connection to, of course, dealing with climate change issues and having housing become much more energy efficient. And I think part of that discussion, which the committee might get into, is part of having residential housing be net zero is having enough space, or having it be allowed to put in solar electric facilities to provide their own electricity. I think that's part of becoming net zero, is producing some of your own energy and also being extremely energy conservation minded. So just a couple of observations. I really like the direction the committee is going. I don't want to shut off anything that they can think about. I want the committee to think outside the box and be able to make recommendations across the different areas and not be kind of handcuffed to just only look at a few specific things. So thanks for the work you're doing so far. I really look forward to seeing your, further recommendations from you.
So Kelly, you had your hand up before. Did you still have a question?
No, it was a really minor point, so I know we're at time. I'll leave it.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get us
Yeah,
back to.
can I just
Yeah.
provide Steve just one clarification? The board did set goals for the committee, and that is to reach the 90% greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 and the net zero of buildings by 2030. So those are the goals that the board set for this committee that they are working towards. Just wanted to add that clarification.
So, time frame, where are we? Not this time frame, that time frame.
So we have, our next meeting is on December 14th. We have asked the committee to all look at their time commitments and ask them if we can extend through the end of March to continue to work through this. And we had lots of head nods, but not formal commitments yet. But that is our ask of continuing this, and a commitment to wrap this up by the end of March and bring it back to the board and through that whole process from there.
So will you be coming back to update us again between now and then?
Yeah, and as
'Cause I
this
think
moves
we like being
forward,
involved.
and as this moves forward, just going back to the first onset is also finding the right times to engage with the community as a whole, because we recognize there's other aspects that aren't represented. And so we also have that lens of when there'll be larger public meetings or community
Will that
events.
be after the committee brings recommendations to the board, or before they bring their recommendations to the board, or we'll all get together and do it at the same time?
Right. I think the intention as we set forth the framework was that whatever preliminary recommendations the committee comes forth with, that we would put those out to the larger public before it, and then they could kind of like a NEPA process, right? Then they could revise as needed before it came for a final recommendation to the board.
Great, I think that way the community feels like they really are engaged, rather than being told what's already been decided.
And then, oops.
Yeah, go ahead, Ellen, please.
Then next time we come back to you with an update, we'll also invite the Planning and Zoning Commission so they stay in the loop.
Perfect. Perfect. Francie?
Does it make sense for us to have our retreat after you bring this to us?
You're having a retreat?
That's too late in the year.
Yeah, we haven't set a time yet. I was going to talk to you all about having it earlier, but it may be a yes and where we have a retreat and then figure out another half day or such to really crunch on these recommendations, similar to what we did last year. But I do think you all may need some time to chew on these.
And I guess one clarification is I heard potentially coming back with more diving into the white paper a little bit more, and so maybe we could do another update and diving into the data with you all.
It was really well done, and lots of good information, and I made lots of notes.
I love the thing where the other towns and stuff responded. That was really cool.
Okay,
Thank you for all.
you guys good?
It's great to see everybody.
To see Ms. Consultant, Ms. Consultant.
Thanks for chairing, Michael. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Michael, we appreciate your time. It's always good to see you. I see your face in meetings and wave through the Zoom lenses, so good to see you. Okay,
It's
thank you.
really been fun.
Thank you.
All right, we are gonna move to our next item, which is the caregiver leave update. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
So I appreciate this coming forward because it was part of my request when we did the parental leave that, so I'm glad that we're now having a chance to discuss it and see where the board wants to go. If you'd just like to give your name for the public record.
Yeah, I'm Brett Bergman, the Risk and Benefits Manager. And yeah, this is a follow-up to, I think we've had a couple work sessions on the family topic, the Family Medical Leave Insurance Program with the state of Colorado. And on September 14th, the board voted to opt out of that program, and at the board's request, look at enhancing our current caregiver leave options. So much that's in the agenda we covered previously. So what we're really dialing into is providing wage replacement for employees when they're out on leave caring for a spouse or a child or a loved one that has an injury or illness. So currently through FMLA, they do have job protection for 12 weeks, but the county does not offer them any compensation. So it puts them in a difficult position. So to kind of bring equity with our other programs, we're looking at providing 100% of wage replacement, similar to parental leave, for all of our leave options, whether it's personal leave or caregiver leave. And then within that, the other changes would be reducing the waiting period from 12 months as an employee to 6 months. And then we currently also have a 14-day PTO waiting period from our, to go on to our short-term disability program. We reduce that to 10 days. And the reason why we don't just get rid of that is so that anytime someone's just out sick or injured, that they don't go through this whole process. And so it's really aimed at people that are going to be out for an extended period of time.
How does that compare to the paternity leave program? I want them to be as equal as possible. Do they have a 10-day waiting period? Do they have a 6-month waiting period?
No, but that's because we typically have a due date to go off of. So it helps with planning. Often, you don't know how long you're going to be out if you're sick or injured. So I think with the ones that we can plan for, we could potentially look at that. But I have a feeling it would be a lot of admin work to go through the process for every illness,
Well,
every injury.
I think staff who are going to do paternity leave would be very happy to hear you say they're going to stick to their due date. But on another note, what happens if you use it in 2023 and you need it in 2024? Can you roll it every year for?
We would match it up with FMLA.
Okay.
So
I was just wondering
yeah.
if it's going to follow those same guidelines.
Yeah, the requirements would all be the same. It would just be increasing the compensation.
And it's my understanding that our budget, looking at Connie sitting in the corner, is capable of dealing with this as it was with the paternal.
Yeah, there may be, so we budget for these hours anyway. And so what we'd be acknowledging is that folks would be on leave during this time. I think there could be some additional budget if we have to backfill certain positions during that leave time. But I think we're comfortable, and I'm looking at Connie, that we're comfortable that we can generally manage that within our existing
And can they spread
appropriations.
the 12 weeks out like they can with paternity leave?
Yes.
So if you have a family who's critical for the first 3 weeks, then they're in a facility for 2 weeks and you can come back to work and then, okay, thank you. Francie?
Yeah, when I worked for Compass Community School, was part of Compass, which is a larger sort of umbrella organization, they docked us a proportion, or they prorated us if we went over our allotted days, so that it was costing us like $200, $250 a day, whatever it was, but they were paying subs $90 a day. So for every sick day that we had, they made money, and it was really infuriating. And I see that you addressed that in here, that that's what happens when you don't pay them for their days off. The county makes money, which is weird.
Okay, Kelly, you have your hand up?
What is the logic behind reducing the vesting, you didn't call it a vesting period, but to 6 months? Some of our benefits start on day one.
Is the
others
time frame
don't.
you have to wait 6 months after employment, correct, John?
Yeah, just we've had instances of employees, having an issue within that first year of employment and not being covered. The 6 months was kind of to match what families' benefits are, and to match that program for now and potentially reduce that further in the future, but that was a recommendation for now.
It's my understanding with the Family Medical Leave Act, when you come back to work, you have to guarantee that you're gonna stay with that employer for 30 days. Is that we gonna have that provision so you don't come back to work and then quit? Because if Family Medical Leave Act, you have to pay back if you don't, that's my understanding, if you don't stay for 30 days.
We don't have that currently in our recommendation.
Okay. I can agree with that, but one never knows what may happen. Kelly, did you finish? I'm sorry if I interrupted you. Okay, so.
I just want to, so then how will short-term disability be, will we continue to keep it, or will that be a benefit that goes away?
Short-term disability will go away and be replaced by this LEAD program.
That's good.
I fully support that.
Greg, please.
Yeah, I was just hoping I could get John to elaborate just on the backfilling. It seems as if this makes sense, but if we have to replace people and hire additional people, it means we're paying twice as much for the same job position. Correct? I just want to make sure I understand this fully. I'm supportive, especially if it's bringing us up to a standard that we're seeing elsewhere. But I also just want to understand the financial implications a bit more than I do now.
Yeah, so Greg, it's a little bit difficult to give you specific numbers because it would depend on the position and demand on the position at the time. And so there could be circumstances where, that a leave event, unfortunately, we don't get to plan those events as well as any of us would like to. And for example, a leave event that occurs with a road and bridge driver in the winter, or certain positions that are high demand, we're either going to be making that up probably with overtime, or we're going to be seeking out temporary, or in some cases, we're going to be able to just delay projects at no additional cost. I think when we've assessed the overall impact, because there are a limited number of employees that this will affect, it's extremely meaningful when it does happen to an employee to have this support through the organization. But it's not necessarily a large number of employees that will be impacted. Generally, we have a positive budget variance each year that's reflected in our fund balances that keep coming back a little bit higher. And so I think we're comfortable that we're going to be able to absorb. We may need to come back to the board from time to time to make small appropriations adjustments to make sure the spending is in the right place. But we don't think that this program in any way would put us at any financial risk as an organization.
Did we see anything through the paternity leave that we've used so far?
Great. Thank you for that.
What could be more win-win than that?
Yeah.
And Connie, would you agree with that assessment?
I would absolutely agree. There are some positions where other staff members will jump in to help make up a difference, and some projects, as John said, may be delayed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Other times we do need to fill in with temp help. When there's an anticipation that something may be coming up in advance, departments can sometimes budget ahead for that. Other times it's just savings that they may already have in another area of their department, vacancy savings. If it's a general fund department, there may be other savings within the general fund that can help make up for it. So generally speaking, it's not a huge budgetary concern to me. I would say that it's fairly small compared with other types of costs.
Great, thank you. Patty, I appreciated what you brought up about the 30-day requirement. If somebody just comes back and then quits, which could easily happen if they really have a problem, you can understand that. What was the situation you were describing and the regulations that I think appear with the 30-day work requirement?
It's the Federal Family Medical Leave Act requires that you come back to your employer for 30 days or there's a payback. It's my understanding. I'm not.
Do we have I'd love to hear, expert opinions on whether that is something we should consider.
Generally, if somebody is on their way out the door for a very, I just don't think it's a huge benefit to the organization to keep that provision.
For example, if somebody comes back from taking care of a family member and then it's determined that they need to just move back to Minnesota for good to take care of that family member, we don't want to have them have to stay here for 30 days because you don't know what will happen with that family member in 30 days.
Right. And as John points out, it's probably not optimal for the organization anyway. So I understand that now. Thank you.
Thanks. Melissa and then Kelly.
Hi, everyone. One thing I just want to add to Greg's question around, the workforce and backfill piece of it is also, if you think about retention and retaining people, I think if we allow people to, to leave for that time and then come back, it will, make more sense in terms of, keeping people around and not having that turnover, because that cost of turnover is going to be much higher than, allowing for a little flexibility on that side.
Good point. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you. I agree with that. Thank you.
Kelly?
I'll just chime in. I do think the research shows that you actually have people with greater workforce attachment with caregiver leave programs. So just something to keep, for folks especially who want to be in the workforce, would love to work with Picken County, have great skills to offer, but may have some caregiving responsibilities that get in the way. We would never have the opportunity to hire them, I think, without this. So I do think this is an opportunity for Picken County. Regarding, I think, what Patty's concern was, I think on FMLA it's not a paid benefit, so I don't know how there would be a paid back provision in that.
There's something where the employer has some provision for the employer to receive some of the. I don't know. It's a provision. It's my understanding that's in FLMA, and I don't know how it pays off.
This means they don't fire you. You don't get paid. Right now you don't get paid.
Yeah, but there's some kind of a payback provision, or because I've talked with people who have left and then taken care of a family member under the Federal Leave Act and then had to come back for 30 days with that employer. So as I said, I don't know the details. I just know that it's just my understanding that that's part of the Federal Act. So
yeah, I don't see that as a risk here. Thanks.
Francie.
Yeah, I just think this is a great recommendation, Brad. I really appreciate the time you guys put into this, and I really like the financial breakdown. And I don't know what action we take on it, but I certainly support doing this, and I think even if it only affected one person a year, it's a huge benefit to our workforce. And it makes us progressive in terms of how we treat our employees, and I really appreciate that.
And thank you again for bringing it back. I really
Thumbs up.
appreciate it. And I think it can be implemented by the board just giving direction to staff.
This can be administrative direction to staff, and so if the board is supportive of these recommendations, we'll begin to execute them administratively.
Yes, and again, thank you for bringing it back.
Great.
Really appreciate it, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, thank
So
you.
I'm seeing nods from the board, so we're doing what
Excellent.
our employees
Thank you all
deserve,
very much.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good day.
Thank you.
Well, and I'd also like to say we are honoring the Picken County voters, right, who supported the family program. So I do think this aligns in a lot of ways for our community.
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Now we're going to the fun stuff again, the fourth quarter supplemental budget issues. Connie, thank you. Nice to
Yes.
see you.
Good afternoon.
We've missed you since we
2
haven't.
whole weeks without me. I'm sure you were happy to have a break from budget for at least a short time.
We knew you'd be back.
Okay, we're here today to present fourth quarter supplemental requests. We have a number of them. Many of these requests, or some of them are administrative in nature, and some are items that we've been watching throughout the course of the year and just holding off on doing a supplemental until we knew the full scope of the ask, or waiting to see if maybe there were other ways to avoid needing to go to the board for a supplemental. But we're here today to bring you these requests, and the first one is the Supplemental Nutrition Program in the Human Services Fund. I believe we have Sam Landerkasper online. Abby is looking right now. No, okay. I will go ahead and just mention this request then. The Supplemental Nutrition Program provides nutrition benefits to low-income individuals and families so that they can purchase food supplies at groceries or convenience stores. It's a federally funded program, so anything that the county spends in this regard through the program is 100% reimbursed by federal funds. We anticipated that the budget, oh, Sam is there. Great. Sam, I will let you take this. We didn't see you right away.
No worries, I just jumped on. Yeah, so the reason that we initially under budgeted, like Connie mentioned, this really is a pass-through. So these funds really come from the federal government through Pitkin County directly to the customers who are enrolled in the SNAP program. We had initially under budgeted because we had anticipated that the PHE, the public health emergency, would end. And during the public health emergency, the SNAP program has been issuing maximum SNAP benefits to all members who are enrolled. So over the past couple of years, our SNAP issuance has been quite high. This year, we incorrectly estimated that that would be ending mid or 3/4 of the way through the year. So we under budgeted for that, and it appears that that will continue through the end of this year, possibly into next year. We don't have a finite end, obviously, as the PHE continues to be extended federally.
Okay. Does the board have questions for Sam? Sam, good to see you. No.
Do you have a star there? Green star?
What?
Do you have one of your green stars there
Decision
that we have
point.
to take action on this?
No, Connie doesn't have one of those flashing things in front of me.
No, we'll bring back first reading tomorrow.
I'm like, green stars.
Okay. No questions? We will go on to the next
We can
request.
move on to the next.
Thank you,
which
Sam.
I think is airport, which made the paper today.
Good afternoon.
I do.
So this fourth quarter supplemental request is more of an accounting item, really, than an actual disbursement. We're in that latency period, if you will, where we're requesting reimbursement from respective insurance carriers for these two incidents. The primary cost associated with these is one incident required the renting of a large crane to lift the fuselage off the airfield and put it into a storage area. But the primary cost with these is fuel spillage and remediating any of the fuel that's spilled after the fact. So that right now we're just waiting on reimbursement.
And a few signs and a few lights.
A few minor details. Yeah.
My question would be, or my comment would be that we are now going to more closely track the economic impacts for closing the airport due to both commercial and GA
They would
incidents.
No, these are just general these are general aviation
Yeah, but in the
incidents,
future, are we gonna track if there's a commercial,
we
thank God
can.
we don't have commercial incidents like we do GA incidents?
Yeah, the economic impact gets a little nebulous, and it's not something we can actually go back and be reimbursed for. I always use the analogy of, if somebody was in an accident down Highway 82 there and you missed an important meeting because you were in traffic, you can't go after that person's insurance company. Very similar to this. But we can get a rough idea of the economic impact to those cancellations.
Well, and I think it'd be for the public to know when there's closures that are out of our control as the county. We kind of get blamed for every time the airport's closed, be it weather or an incident, or anything. So I just think if, I don't want to overburden airport staff because we have enough going on, but I think that information would be something I think the board might be interested in at the end of the day.
Sure.
Hopefully we won't have incidents to be tracking in the next few years.
Hopefully.
Which would be great. But does the board have any questions for Dan? I don't know, do we still have Steve here somewhere? No, I don't see him.
Quick question,
Oh, yeah.
Patty.
Yeah, Greg. Steve's on.
For Dan, just that, what's the likelihood the insurance companies will pay, and will they pay, it's probably not our issue, but we have to, if we're gonna try to get our money back. I'm just wondering, have we ever had to sue people for this? I guess it doesn't happen often enough, but I'm just wondering how difficult it is to actually be compensated.
I think we're in pretty good standing to be compensated from two fronts. One, going after the insurance company initially. Number two, Title 10 of the county code says that we can go after the aircraft operator or owner for to recoup any damage that they caused, any cost associated with that. So we'll start with the insurance companies and then see where we need to go from there.
Yeah, I think it's important because $500,000 as money could be used for part of a new terminal. Maybe.
Absolutely.
So I think it's great, and I'm really excited to see that the Airport Advisory Board is to the subcommittee, which we will be reviewing tomorrow. I think that the safety plan was a priority, and this is one of the reasons why. I mean, there was no real injuries or loss of life, thank God, in this, but the impact to the county, to the airport, was pretty, incredible. So, okay, does the board have any other questions or comments for Dan? Okay, so this will be before us with all the other ones for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
We have fleet fuel cost, and Matt Bergstresser is here. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Fleet fuel cost, and we have Matt Bergstresser here.
I bought gas yesterday for less than $3 a gallon.
That's good to know.
Pretty incredible, I know.
Well, when we started this budget review, we were kind of basing numbers off of our October deliveries, so we were pretty high at that point. Obviously, fuel has decreased pretty significantly since then. So a number that we are looking for is $225,000. Right now, we have an outstanding balance of about $100,000, and we're over budget already. So it'll give us a little bit of a buffer in case we get some big storms to get us through the rest of the winter.
And in case the prices go back up.
Yeah,
This is always
exactly. Yeah, we
possible.
budgeted for October, late October, early November prices. So $5 and $6 a gallon.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So we need fuel, guys. Does the board have any comments or questions? I'm not seeing any.
Doesn't seem like very much considering all you guys do.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we already spent about $582,000 this year on fuel, so
Wow.
pretty significant increase over 2021. So.
Greg, I know the snowplow should be electric, but we're not there yet.
We're trying.
We're working on it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming in. All right, next.
Okay, next we have the risk fund and workers' compensation claims. And is Brett Bergman still here or online?
No, we threw him out of the room.
No, okay, well, I can speak to this one. As the board probably remembers, we have been self-insured for workers' compensation in the past, but more recently we moved to a new insurance plan for workers' compensation where we're fully covered. So we don't have to pay out any claims. It's just included in our policy price. However, we still do have a number of claims left over from the prior policy. And it typically can take some time to close out some of these workers' compensation claims. They have been working on closing these out, and a number have been closed out now, with just a little bit left outstanding. Because of this, we are over budget on the workers' compensation claims budget line item. So this request would increase the workers' compensation claims line by $150,000. The good news on this request is that we are actually closing out a number of these old claims rather than having them drawn into the future, and anticipate just a little bit left outstanding still going forward into 2023.
Okay. And this should cover what we think we're going to have to.
That's right.
Do I see any questions from the board? No.
Okay.
Moving along. Thank you, Connie.
Next, we have a request from the library, and Kathy Chandler, I know, is here.
Kathy, come on up. Nice to see you. I'm sorry I missed the dinner the other night. I always like going over to the library and hanging out.
Oh, well, we would have loved to have you, but another time.
Okay.
I'm Kathy Chandler from the library, and we have submitted a request to increase our budget for adding newspapers to the Colorado Historic Newspaper Digitization Project by $90,000. And I had mentioned this when we had our budget hearing back in the fall, that I might be coming back and asking for some more money to just finish up the Aspen Daily News all the way up to the present. And so I talked with the library board and they approved it, and so I am indeed back asking for you also to approve this increase. And this will put all of the Aspen Daily News that we were able to get our hands on in one place, a really easy, powerful search engine to go in and search those papers. And it also puts them, I guess, kind of more into the public hands, so that if something were to happen to the newspapers database, those papers wouldn't be lost. There's some redundancy. And that's what that proposal is.
I remember going through the old Laserfish things.
Yeah, it's
Pull
miserable.
up in old newspaper articles. Jeez, for my kids' projects. Well, this would make life much easier for a
Yep.
lot of parents too in the long run. Does the board have any questions for Kathy? No, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. The next request is for the library facility costs. And Jay is here in case you have questions, but I can also present this one. When we budgeted for the library facility in 2022, we under budgeted. Part of the reason for this is just basing the budget off of prior years, and during those prior years there were some extended closures for COVID. So we budgeted too low on the staffing cost for the facilities, both the maintenance technicians and the custodians, and then budgeted low on materials and supplies. And this probably also affected the natural gas cost. If they were closed, they were using less in the way of utilities. So we under budgeted, but then inflation has also had a role in this supplemental request, as the cost of materials have certainly gone up, and the cost of utilities also. Along with that is the aging boiler in the library, which is costing more and more with each year to keep it running. So these things have just all combined together, an accumulation of a number of different items, to have us come back and present this supplemental request to increase the library facility budget in these areas.
As to the boiler, are we still waiting for the electrification study before we make a decision on how or if we can replace the natural gas boiler with an electric boiler?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we're waiting for. They are definitely all at end of life right now, and we are just limping along. We're
Yeah, it looks-
repairing them as needed.
Yeah, we were trying to stretch it
Yeah,
out.
it looks like we're spending money on just keeping the status quo.
So, any status on the electrification study?
I know that is Rich on? Oh, Rich, I'll let you take that. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, Kinley Horn is the one that's currently working on that. They were out last month and did a site analysis for us. We're hoping to have that wrapped up by the first quarter of this next year. So we're still providing them a little bit more information on our meters. But yeah, Patty, this is included as part of that library review as well.
Okay, great, because I'd like to see some kind of an endpoint here. I know Greg's been really interested in that, and, you know, we don't want to, remember our concern was it would crash totally, and when we would be not in hot water, we
Yep.
would be.
Patty, that's the question I wanted to ask is, if it does crash, do we have a redundant system in place? And is it even possible that redundant system could be an electric one, like a portable temporary heat pump system or something like that?
Currently, we have 3 boilers in the library. So if we have a failure of one, we can generally get by. 2, I'm not sure about, and we do not have a redundancy system at this point. A heat pump is a good suggestion. However, I'm not sure if we have the electric infrastructure at the library to be able to handle that.
That's what I was gonna say.
That
'cause
was
I
one of
just
the
had
problems why we couldn't-
analysis done at my house, and the amps that they pull are off the wall, and they are outrageous. I didn't have the power to put them in my house.
Yeah.
That was
So-
one of our problems with this whole
Yeah.
campus is getting close, so. Okay,
Yeah,
so
we're
we'll
kind of in a conundrum right now with this.
Rich, keep us posted on the status of the study, and hopefully after the first of the year, we can be seeing if we can replace that with electric, or what the cost would be, because it's my understanding the electric system wouldn't fit in the space, so we'd have to like find a way to enlarge the library. So I think we have a lot
A
to,
big fireplace right in the middle of the room.
you know, that natural gas burning or
Those great
log?
big huge cone hoods, you know, where all the heat goes up
Yeah, like they had in the old mill.
in the old, and the ski lodges.
Okay, any other questions specific to this request? Greg, your hand's still up. Okay, we're good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is Mr. Kruger around? Thanks. Kathy, nice
Yes,
to
good
see you.
afternoon, everyone. Jeff Kruger, Telecommunications Manager for Pickens County. This is a supplemental request for the Upper Red Mountain site rebuild. We're requesting $100,000. We were over budget, really due to a couple of areas. One was materials and supplies, which really hit us hard this year due to the pandemic as well as inflation. And then secondly, we decided to expand the rebuild a little bit to include a new generator remodel as well as some microwave links. This site rebuild was partially paid through a DOLA grant. So this was the last site rebuild of that DOLA grant, which included 4 sites. The DOLA grant expires at the end of this year, and there was a little bit of funds left, and we wanted to spend it rather than give it back. These are some pictures of the actual site rebuild. I like showing pictures. You can kind of see before and afters of what we accomplished. The shelter remodel was just a mess. We completely gutted it, rebuilt it. My team did it ourselves. We're very conscious of expenses. And in order to save money for the county and the taxpayer, we did all that work ourselves. The solar array, as you can see, was the old picture on the left, which was just a kind of a hodgepodge of solar panels everywhere. We completely replaced that with a brand new solar array with 36 panels. My team dismantled everything on the left. We had a contractor come in and do the foundation and do all the structural. But then we came in and mounted all the solar panels and did all the wiring into the shelter ourselves. So another way that we tried to save money.
Great.
yeah, any other, that's really all I have on this one. Any questions?
Greg's hand
I
up.
was going to say, I'm sorry to see that it looks like you had a hot tub in the original before the remodel, which you removed. That red thing just looks like a jacuzzi tub. I'm sorry you had to make that go.
Yeah, I kind
That
of
was
like
for,
the,
that was
I
for,
like the
that
linoleum
was for
floor.
batteries, Greg, not a hot tub.
Sorry. I thought we had like a party, a love shack up there.
It's a natural gas hot tub, Greg.
The thing I wanted to throw out, just, it's an aside, it's a quick tangential aside, but Jeff, I don't know if you heard our recent conversation with the Forest Service today about getting them on the same radio channels as Open Space and the sheriff, just so our workers with the Forest Service were in coordination. So I thought, you're the guy I want to talk to. So hopefully somebody will bring that up with you.
Yeah, happy to help out if we can.
Okay, any other questions for Jeff? It looks beautiful. You guys did a great job. I'm impressed. Thank you.
Okay, the next request is Jeff's also for the Public Safety Radio Fund.
Yeah, this one is related to cost increases on the Public Safety Radio Enterprise Fund. We really just underestimated some of the cost over the course of this year for this fund. They really came in three areas. One being professional services. We kind of overspent a little bit in that, and that really is just to supplement my staff, because we just don't have the staffing really to support this, although we did get an FTE approved for next year, which I'm happy to say. So thank you for that. Secondly, materials and supplies, again, are an issue and just kind of tend to be an issue overall. And we're seeing just a huge increase in materials and supplies. Some examples of that, just simple half-inch transmission coax line, I was paying $3.80 a foot last year. I'm paying $5.10 a foot this year. So, and that's just typical. And we're seeing some extremes where it's up to 100% increases in some materials, depending on, there's the supply availability, as well as, if it's high demand. And then lastly, we had an increase, really an unexpected increase due to our microwave warranty. In the past, we have 28 microwave hops throughout the county. We had, I should say, what I would call 2 years of warranty services once we bought those microwave links. Most of those warranty services have now expired. So we had to negotiate a new warranty, and that increased about $25K. So overall, all these three items add up to about $80K in additional expenses.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? I think we're good. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Now, the final two requests that we have today are more administrative in nature, and we bring these requests back almost every year in the fourth quarter. The first is pass-through transit sales tax. In our transit sales and use tax funds, we represent two portions of the county's sales tax. Both are dedicated entirely to transportation. There is the 1% mass transit tax. This tax is passed through entirely to RAFTA, Snowmass Village, and the city of Aspen. And then the 0.5% sales tax, or mass transit tax, is passed through about 81% to RAFTA, and then the remaining approximately 29% the EOTC manages. So we have a large amount of sales tax in this fund, and we had budgeted conservatively for sales tax, expecting that we would start to see a leveling off of that peak in 2021 in 2022. However, instead, we're seeing some growth. We're currently at 23.4% above 2021, and that's through September, with 3 months of the year still to go. So very good results so far. The reason we have to come back to the board for a request is that we're not only taking in this sales tax, we're then paying it out to RAFT and the other entities, and we need to make sure we've got the budget appropriated for all of those payouts. That leaves me in the position of trying to guess what might happen in the last 3 months of the year, which I do not particularly enjoy trying to forecast what might happen in December. But I try to estimate high so that no matter what happens, we're covered. We won't know December sales tax numbers until somewhere around the 10th of February. So we have to have this in place about 2 months prior to knowing the numbers. So that's this request is just appropriating that difference in what we anticipate could happen through the end of the year for the sales tax.
What happens if you're way off?
We get a if we are over budget, if sales tax comes in much higher than my high estimate, we get a red flag in our audit and a note saying that we overspended our appropriations.
But it will have no net impact on our final fund balance.
So I think we should
Because
get a
it
bet
comes in
going
and
here,
goes
how
out.
close you're gonna be.
Just get a hand slap.
I'm sure they
So
do.
you're saving like 200,000 right now just to make sure we've got December covered, is that what I'm saying?
It's actually an increase in almost $3 million on between the 1% and the 0.5% sales tax of an increase compared to budget. Again, I try to estimate high.
But you're estimating 2,900,000 in appropriations, and then in revenues at 3 million.
That's right. That's because there is the 19% of the 0.5% sales tax that we keep in the fund for the EOTC to use. So
okay.
if that would be that extra 19%
Okay.
of the projected
I
increase.
see. Thank you.
90% of 1% equals
Of a half.
yeah, 0.5%, and then we move forward. Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll go to the next one, which is the Conservation Trust Fund
Oops.
transfer, I
And I'm
believe.
sorry, I was saying there were 2 left, but now there are 2 left. Conservation Trust Fund, I was forgetting about this one. These are the county's share of lottery funds that the state disperses to local governments, and it's based on population. We get anywhere from $60,000 to $80,000 per year from the lottery funds, and there are certain types of open space, either acquisitions or conservation of land, that we can apply these funds towards. So we collect them in the Conservation Trust Fund, we transfer them to the general fund, and then we'll apply them to open space projects. So it's a little roundabout way of using it on the accounting side. In 2020 and 2021, we received extra money that we had not budgeted for in these conservation trust funds. And we did not transfer them out of the fund because we didn't have the budget. So this is increasing the budget to transfer those funds accumulated in the past 2 years and then be able to apply them to the applicable projects.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Now we're at the last.
Now we're at the last. And this is a request that we put in every year. It's for overhead cost adjustments. The county prepares a cost allocation plan every year, and we have consultants help us with this. We take the services that the general fund provides to the county as a whole, including IT, facilities, the attorney's office, payroll, finance, HR, and on and on. And the cost allocation plan determines the value, the monetary value of these services to each and every fund, and we charge the funds. It's a way to help support the general fund in providing those services to the entire county organization. When we budget, and it's a year in arrears, so that in 2022 we're charging departments for the cost based off of 2021 numbers. And while we try to anticipate everything that might be running through the cost allocation plan, there are some things that are always outside of what we've anticipated. So in this case, we have a few funds where we were off in what we were budgeting. The public health is the most notable one, and that's with additional staff time in many different areas devoted to the COVID outreach and response in our community, both in the manager's office and many different departments, and also the increased staff within public health during 2021 drove extra costs in HR and payroll and IT and other areas. So that's the largest cost difference. It's $275,000 between these 5 different funds.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. So we will be reviewing this for first reading tomorrow's meeting, regular meeting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to save this list for tomorrow. And we will be ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Nice to see you. Do we get chocolate now?
I didn't bring them down today.
Takes 4 hours of meetings.
Let me see if I have any.
No, I'm good. I was just teasing Connie.
Oh, boy.
Steve's left his chocolate on its desk, and it's so tempting every time I walk by those 4 little pieces of chocolate
Lainey has a bunch of them.
staring at me. I know.
Yeah. I found one.
Oh,
You like it?
no, thank you. I'm good. Okay, Brian, nice to see you. So this is a plan update for the Maroon Bells Comprehensive Recreation Management Plan.
Right.
And you have a whole 15 minutes
Great.
scheduled.
Well, hopefully we can rock it through it then, and I'll just be
Well, I bet
brief.
there'll be some questions, so we'll have to go.
I'm Brian
through
Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director for Pickens County, and I'll let Ben introduce himself.
Yes, I'm Ben Rasmussen from the U.S. Department of Transportation Volpe Center. It's good to see you again.
that. I was going to say, we've seen you before.
Yeah, thanks for fitting us in today.
Because we couldn't remember what Volpe
Yeah.
stood for. Remember, that was like, what the heck is that?
Correct. Yeah, the guy that worked for the federal government back in the day.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is just an update for the board. Ben and his team are here to conduct the second public open house, which is tomorrow at 5 to 7, right here in this building. If the board's meeting runs over, we'll be next door. If the board is out of your meeting, we'll be right in here.
When is that?
Tomorrow from 5 to 7.
You're going to be next door.
So we'll be next door. And but we wanted to take the time to update the board on where we are. About halfway through the planning process, I would say. And it's a milestone for us to update you. So with that, Ben?
Thank you. Yes, and I'll present to you most of the information that we're going to be presenting tomorrow, so don't feel like you're missing out if you can't make it. Overview, this just lays out some of the first steps that we took with our stakeholder group, establishing the purpose of our work there, developing the comprehensive recreation management plan for the Bells. Why we're doing that, due to increased use and also a diversity of uses that has impacts in different ways. The scope that just defines kind of the study area and that we're looking at all seasons of activities. And then the approach, which really relies a lot on stakeholder input, public input, and your involvement as well. Our timeline to date, we've been keeping to this pretty closely. We've had a number of meetings with the stakeholder group, which we actually, that's an umbrella term for the 2 subgroups. There's a steering group that meets monthly with the key stakeholders, then an advisory group that meets every other month together with the steering group. And then we've had a public meeting in June in person and then a virtual meeting in July. We're having our in-person here tomorrow, and then we're going to have a virtual meeting next week with stakeholders or with the public as well. We are through the introduction section. We have that drafted. We're going to update it again at the end. We're almost done with the existing conditions and current trends. We've got a lot of data that I'll go through here briefly, and we're starting to get into the recommendations through the spring. We'll be back in April for another public meeting, and then in June we'll wrap up with next steps. So a little more detail on what we've done so far. We've developed a stakeholder and public engagement plan knowing how important that input was. We don't come in saying we're the expert, we know what to do, please step aside. We very much work hand in hand with all of the stakeholders, including SKICO, RAFTA, the county, the city, ACRA, and then outfitters, guides, and other interest groups, including environmental education as well. We've had stakeholder conversations one-on-one through the fall. We found in group settings we get some information, but not the wealth of information that we can get in one-to-one conversations, so we just wrap those up. And then the data analysis, we are not hurting for data. We have a lot of data from many different sources, including the reservation system and that H2O provides, raft accounts, parking and traffic counts, thanks to the parking counters and the e-bike counters. So we have a lot of data that we've done the preliminary analysis on. Now we're combining it to paint a full picture of what we're looking at the bells. We've reviewed relevant plans, both outside of the area to kind of see what other areas have done in tackling these kinds of issues that we're seeing at the bells. But then now we're looking at local plans as well to be able to place our plan within the broader context of what's being done in the area. Through the stakeholder and public engagement, we identified priority topics and priority goals. And we asked those stakeholders and the public to essentially vote on which are most important. So the top 5 here for topics are hiking, backpacking, wildlife and habitat preservation, photography, and e-bike access. Priority goals, I'm not going to read each one, but the first one I think was unanimous. Maintain, protect, and enhance the natural resources, which includes ecosystems and wildlife within the Maroon Bells scenic area. Every stakeholder chose that as one of their key goals. We've been through a lot of comments, both ones that we've received at the workshops and ones that we've received online, as well as H2O. Every time someone makes a reservation and completes their visit, they get sent an email asking, what did you think of your experience? That resulted in over 5,000 comments that we've sorted through. We categorize them into about 20 different topic areas. And then here's a sample of some of the quotes that came out of them. Sometimes they're positive, sometimes they're negative. In fact, we just did an analysis. The top positive comments per category that we got was on user experience. 71% of the comments were positive. The top negative comments that we got were for the reservation system. I think there's some improvements that can be made on the interface. Not that you have to make a reservation in itself, although some people did comment on that. It's more, I think, the difficulty in making the reservation. So we're definitely going to be looking at that. Data analysis, getting into some of the charts here. There's some of this is to be expected, but then there's some surprises that numbers were continually going up until the pandemic. Then they went down in 2020, and surprisingly, 2021 we're not back up at where we were pre-pandemic, but we're getting there. And we have some data that goes back, like the monthly hotel occupancy by year, about a decade. Other data we only have for 3, 5, even 2 years, but we're using it all to paint this broader picture, and we're starting to see some areas for improvement. For example, there's a gap between the number of vehicles that we're seeing coming up on Maroon Creek Road and the number of reservations made for parking at the top of the bells. So that's telling us there's maybe an ability to tweak the reservation numbers and allow more people to drive up and park before and after the shuttle's in service. This is a poster we're going to have tomorrow asking for recommendations. So we're at the phase of saying, here's what we're seeing. What do you recommend that we do from your perspective? And that'll go for the stakeholders as well as the public. We also have a website that the county graciously put up for us. We have our contact information, so we're continuously getting comments throughout the duration of the project. And last but not least, next steps. I mentioned the public meeting. We're going to wrap up the existing conditions section next month. Then we're getting into the development, and the development of recommendations. We'll be back in April. I've left off here the next steps segment of our work, where we're going to be looking at how do we monitor our progress. We don't want to just end with the recommendations and say goodbye. We want to be able to say, how can we keep ourselves on track to achieving some of these top recommendations, and in what time frames, short, medium, and long. So we'll present our final report back here in July.
Great. I just have one request. Tomorrow, if we're still here, can we have a sign that directs people next door?
Yes.
So because they will come in here, and that'll be a constant interruption of our meeting.
We'll make sure that happens.
And I'll do my best to have a stone by
Great.
which is not going to happen. But
How many people do you expect?
Last time I think we had 20, so hoping for a few more, but we'll see.
I'm looking outside at the weather. It's amazing. It's still coming down the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the board? Yeah, Greg, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you were getting there. Thank you. Just regarding bicycle and vehicle traffic counts, the bicycle counts include non-e-bikes, is that correct? Or are they grouped together with e-bikes? Or it seems like they're distinctly separate users on e-bikes and regular bicycles. And I'm wondering if you're able to separate them out and understand the dynamics for each. That was the one question. The second was just, once again, feedback anecdotally I've heard is that reservations were actually seemed easier to get. It seemed really hard. Things sold out early on, but then it seemed like people could get there. So it indicates to me that I think some tweaking is going to be in order, and hopefully your data will show that, and you'll have some great recommendations for the managers. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, on the first question, we have two counting systems. One is just a tube system that counts bicyclists as they go up the road and then come back down the road. It doesn't discern between e-bikes, road bikes, mountain bikes. The second does discern. It just is following e-bikes that were from rental shops. And we haven't put those numbers side by side. We're getting those final numbers from H2O later this month. And then we'll be able to say what proportion of these bikes per day on average are rental bikes from e-bike fleets. So we'll be able to make that determination. With regards to the reservation system, yes, I think that H2O said that they really tried to accommodate people who came day of looking for reservations, and in almost every case they were able to accommodate them. Maybe not right at the time when they arrived, but if they waited an hour or so, they would get them eventually on a shuttle bus. So that's encouraging, and I think something we want to see more of, and better right size the demand with the supply.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Just check to see if, no, I think this is going to be very interesting to see what happens at the end of the day. And there's no way to tell how many e-bikes that aren't through rentals that are privately owned that are coming or going.
That'll be a tough thing to tell.
Yeah.
It's harder and harder to differentiate between an e-bike and a regular bike
Well, that's
anymore.
how it is with cars on the road. Which one's a electric vehicle, which one's a hybrid, and which one's not. None of the above.
When someone's going 30 miles an hour and sitting high in the seat, you probably know they're on an e-bike. But
Either that or they're going downhill.
Yeah.
And they're breaking the speed limit too, aren't they? Yeah. Okay. Anything else from the board? So we'll see you tomorrow. You can always peek your head in and say hi.
Very good. All
We
right.
won't eliminate you from doing that. Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are moving along. Thank you guys very much. Our next item is board open discussion.
We have a lot of stuff, Patty, and we'll try to work through it very quickly here. First, I just wanted to make sure the board is aware we do have 2 funding requests in from Aspen Fire Protection District. One is,
I got a call?
yeah, one is for supporting the Pano AI system. They had requested $40,000 from the county for that. Patty, I think we had talked about maybe bringing that back in January because of our schedule. And then we've received another request to support a chipper program. I do know City of Aspen has already supported the Pano project. And those are the cameras that are on the towers that are some of our tower sites using AI to try and identify smoke and geolocate them and call. And then the additional $20,000 is for a chipper program to basically coordinate with HOAs and partner with them to provide free chipping services or free chipping of wood and debris and slash and that sort of thing. That request also went to the city. I don't know if the city has requested I don't know if the city has approved that request yet. I don't know if the board wants to give any direction, we could fund these out of the wildfire funding that we have in the manager's budget, which we had anticipated for use of mitigation projects. We have emergency and we have mitigation projects. We don't have a mitigation project immediately on the horizon right now. Or I think, Patty, we had talked about, because of the fullness of our agendas, bringing those back in January, but I think you may be getting, individual board members may be getting some outreach. So just wanted to make sure you're aware that we had both of those requests hanging out there, and just get some guidance how you'd like us to
Kelly,
handle that.
and then Greg.
Yeah, I generally support, partnering with the fire district, and I think that fund you identified, John, as the appropriate fund. I guess I'm thinking that for the chipping program, I'd rather us fund it on a fee for service type of basis, so that they invoice us as according to their success, and proportionally to what all the partners are paying would be how I would approach that, because we know we haven't had great success with that in the past.
So up to 20,000 and reimbursing for actual bills kind of thing.
Exactly.
Thanks, Kelly. Greg?
Yeah, fine. I agree with Kelly. I'm not so concerned about the reimbursement, but maybe you know something I don't. I know that it's something the county has done in the past, and I think it's really an important thing. As a rural neighborhood resident, we've been doing everything we can to get people to do mitigation on their property, and this is a small way of getting them to get out and cut wood and drag it to the road and get it into the chipper. So I'm all in favor of doing it and trying to make it as easy as possible for homeowners and neighborhoods to do their fire mitigation, because this is really important. I certainly like the idea that we track the expense, but I'm hoping that doesn't become an encumbrance. But I'd leave that to the manager's office to figure out how, but I approve of it. Thanks.
I think the questions that came up about the panel was, is it appropriate for $40,000 to a company that's already on board? Do we not go out for an RFP to see if there's any other providers? I have just a little concern that they came in with private funding, we didn't have to pay anything, and now this is $40,000 for years out. This is not a one-time deal. And to me, that's an expense. We're also looking at other partners. Even though it's a Pitkin County, it's the Ashland Fire Protection District program, but it's benefiting other, like Roaring Fork Fire and Rescue and Carbondale even. And it would be nice to see some partnerships, Snowmass Village. But I just, we have a process when we, pay for services such as this, and this is just kind of sliding these guys in there. And I'm not saying they might not be the ones we chose at the end of the day. I just don't know how you feel, John, it just seems to be kind of not going with what we usually do.
Yeah, certainly if it were a county procurement, we'd probably be looking at an RFP process. In this case, I think the board has more discretion because you're partnering with another entity that's made a selection. Whether, that would not necessarily be how we would do the procurement process, but we'd be partnering with them on a procurement that they've done. So I think you've got some room there, but you could also have that discussion. I do know in talking to our sheriff's department, emergency manager, the feeling was the technology is still experimental, still being tested, the artificial intelligence, so it is not an investment in a sure thing per se, but an investment in a technology that is developing, and we kind of be leading edge in terms of communities adopting it. But other communities have adopted it. And I believe Holy Cross is also using it to monitor their power line areas.
But I don't think they're paying into the project.
I think they're doing their own, actually.
I think that's when the board had this discussion a couple weeks ago. I think those were the questions that the board was asking, and having information brought back as to other partners, rather than the county just flipping 40 grand out.
Yeah. So it sounds like still consistent direction. Try and bring the fire department in January or such
Yeah,
to
specific to this request.
to the Pano, but it sounds like there's support maybe for the chipping program at this
Well,
point.
you know, we've been trying to get people to do it. Greg's
Yeah.
been working really hard to get his own neighbors to do it, and I think
Okay.
this is a way to incentivize people to do.
Yep.
To do some fire mitigation around their own homes and in their own homeowners associations. So,
And then
We
we
have a
we
comment.
can structure that as an up to or a reimbursement. I think that's neutral for the fire
yeah,
department.
I don't think it'll be
Yeah.
that big a deal. Okay, so we'll look at January to have the fire department come back in and just provide us with some more information about other opportunities for partnerships. And then we'll figure out where to go from there. Is that okay with the board, or?
And are we okaying the panel?
No, that's coming back to us in January
Oh,
with
that's
more
coming back in
information.
January, okay.
And then the other, and Francie, you might be able to help me out with this, but just to make the board aware, there was outreach, I think, Francie, to all the board, and I think you're the designee for CCI's public lands budget. They had a small increase for travel that was proposed. It was forwarded to the board on 11/29. And it was I think a reasonable increase. I think, Francie, you would,
You talking about the corridor for oil and gas?
No, we're talking about the travel budget
the
for
travel
the CCI
budget for
public
CCI
lands.
public lands.
They get paid
Oh,
through
that.
CCI to travel.
Yeah, yeah,
That's been a standard for ever.
yeah.
And what's the increase? It's
Well-
not very much, right?
No, and you know,
It's okay.
Yeah, it is a few
it was
thousand.
better when we had somebody on that group. I mean,
Yeah.
the traveling group, because then we felt like we were paying somebody. Rachel used to go to all the meetings.
It's within, I think, what we can handle within our budget. It was a few $1,000s, as I recall.
Yeah, well, it's good because they do contact people in other western states, and I think that's important.
So it's just to make sure the board usually, reviews that and more of a informed consent on those fees. So just wanted to see if there's any concerns about that email that went out from the board before we go ahead and make those payments.
No, I actually deleted it because I thought it was kind of
Okay.
a done deal.
All right.
I do want to bring up one thing about fire stations. So fire, can I go back a step?
Mhm.
There's a opening of is it Old Snowmass, or where's the new fire station up by you, Steve? It's opening, they're doing
You
the,
mean the one up on?
West Soapus
yeah,
Creek.
Yeah,
West
West
Soapus Creek.
Soapus,
It's
right in
Friday, I think, 10 to 11. Is anybody planning to attend? I am planning to attend, depending upon weather, of course. I didn't know if anybody else was planning to go.
It's this Friday?
This Friday, I think it's 10 to 11.
I
Scott
didn't see
Thompson.
that. Where'd you see that?
Scott Thompson sent out an invitation.
Yeah, I was planning on weather dependent at this point in time, and also if I have the energy to go.
You said it's this Friday, and did you tell me in time?
Yeah, I'll see if I
Very
can
low
find the
energy
invite.
right now. I don't know if most of you guys don't know, but I had COVID over Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Still feeling the after effects of that.
You gotta watch those turkeys, Steve. Okay, so, I'm gonna plan to go. I don't know if we need to notice
Well,
it.
it's right near my house, so I'll go.
So if three of
If
you
there
are
was-
going, we
I'm
need to
gonna-
notice it.
I'll try to go also, but I'm not sure either.
I'll
So
see if
we
I
should
can
notice
find the invite.
Yeah, can you have Charlotte forward it to the board, Patty? I don't.
Okay,
I
and
don't
I don't
think I
know,
saw that.
we would have to put out a special agenda to do that.
I don't have to go. I'm just volunteering because it's just a few miles from my house.
I'll send it
We
on to
would have to
everybody.
put
If the road's open.
It's from 10 to 11 on Friday.
If the road's not open, I can't do that. Because
Okay,
I
so
have to
there's
be
only
with
two.
So
CPW
Patty
at
and
that
Greg
time.
are the
Okay.
only possibilities.
I'm gonna go if the
Question
weather's
mark,
good, so.
Question mark for me also. I'd like
It's
to go.
not forwarding for
So it's
some
1 to
reason.
2, so I think we're good.
We're okay.
Yeah.
1 to 2?
No, it's-
Commissioners
it's-
going,
oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's 10 to 11,
Yeah,
not 1
I'll
to
be
2.
with the
I might go,
CPW meeting
so
at that time.
We'll need to notice.
So how are we gonna notice it then if we don't have time to notice it?
I won't go, okay.
I don't think we,
Friday?
It's Friday from 10 to 11, and Steve's thinking about going, I'm thinking about going, Greg's thinking about going, we're all dependent upon weather. So looks like there's 12 of us going, we probably need to notice it.
Okay, well, we'll have to create a special agenda and put it
For
out
some reason, this
before
won't
Friday,
forward.
or before Thursday.
Nothing is working on my computer right now. Wait,
So if somebody could send me that information.
I am trying and my computer is not letting me send it. I'll have to do it when I'm off the Zoom meeting because it's not letting me. I'll send it on to you when I can.
Thanks.
Patty, are you okay if I move on to,
Oh, yes, please.
all right.
The weather on Friday is supposed to be fine.
Wanted to move on to, well, first, a couple of board members had requested, I think, a little bit of discussion around the letter that was received from Craig Ward. I think, Greg, you had forwarded that around. Kelly, I think you had also
it's on my
sent
list,
an
too.
email around that too. I do have Brian and Scott here. I will say that basically staff was operating on direction received in a work session around keeping the gate open until November 15th. We were maintaining the road up until that time because you do have users that go back, and it can create some difficulties with folks getting back out when the roads are not maintained. That will be coming back to the board. That was not formalized in a board action or a board resolution, partly because of calendars and budget and that sort of thing. So that will be coming back to the board in January. I think we'll be doing a work session, but I did ask Brian and Scott, thanks for sticking around to stay to answer any additional questions from the board.
Well, I wrote him back, and it sounded like to me, I mean, I would fully support not plowing that road when the snow starts coming. I think it's a really special thing that we have some places where people can go and use county roads for something besides driving cars. So I just told him that we would talk about it at this meeting, and I don't know. I remember when we talked about November 15th, and it seemed like that was somewhat of an arbitrary decision based on hunting season. Is that what was that?
No, there was a stakeholder group that was put together that negotiated that date.
Uh-huh.
So
And that was partly from hunters, so that hunters could go back there?
partly, but hunting season goes well beyond the 15th now.
Mhm.
So
So it is a fairly arbitrary number. I mean, it's not a hard and fast, this is hunting season, blah, blah, blah.
no, we can pick a date and we'll set that date. I think what staff was looking for was a solid date, so
Yeah.
public expectations can be met for access.
That's exactly right.
Yes, that's right, I remember that.
You
Yeah.
you will receive letters no matter what date
What-
you choose.
mhm.
Yeah. I
But
think.
we did it so the public would know, they could plan around it, so they didn't get up, the
Right.
road was closed, they'd know on the 15th it was closed.
Mhm.
So they wouldn't be going, is it open, is it gonna be closed, is it open, so, cause it was gonna be more arbitrary if we said, oh, we'll have to wait, see how much snow there is, because then it would be too much snow, and 2 days later, the snow would melt, and they'd wonder why the road wasn't open.
Correct. It's a tough one. It's a hard needle to
Brian?
thread.
Yeah.
Well, I think that, I think the 15th is a good time based on basically historic weather patterns. Even if we hadn't plowed snow at the end of October when those snows came, it would have melted out.
It would have?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, we had some really strong sunny days then. I think there might have been some snow in the shady areas, but I think the 15th is a good day. It's a good balance of both groups for access and closure. And so when we bring that back, we can have this discussion a little further.
Yeah, and, I apologize if it's inconveniencing some that wanna be up there using it for one purpose or another, but, we did make the decision based on something the community could count on. And, it doesn't mean we can't revisit it and move forward, but again, it's a tough one. John's right, we'll get letters from somebody, which is not unusual, and that's part of public comment.
You got people who wanna talk.
Yeah. Greg and then Kelly?
Yeah, thank you. I'm fairly comfortable with it now. It seems that, the ski touring business and the cookhouse And then Craig Ward, I think was you know, the tone of his letter was a little bit shocking for me, but I think that they may not be thinking that there really are other users of that road. So I'd like this conversation. I'm glad we're revisiting the dates. If the date needs to tweak a little bit, it doesn't seem like there's a problem with the date for me right now. I think what it is it's a case of anticipating when and if the winter snows will come so the ski touring operation can go into business. And there's that anxiety pre-winter on whether they're going to have snow. So if it snows in July, do we leave it there, you know, wondering when it's going to snow next? I don't know if there's an easy solution to this. I certainly heard what John Wilcox said in his letters, and I appreciate, but Craig's letter was actually quite confusing. If you read it, I had to go back and read it again, and some bits of it just honestly didn't make a lot of sense to me. So, Brian, if you're thinking that the 15th is still good and it's still early enough season that we can get snowpack in for the skiing operations up there, I'm comfortable with it. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I don't know if I would change it yet, but I'm glad we're hearing more about it.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Kelly?
Is there ever a scenario that makes sense where the road is open but we don't plow it?
It's
there's sort of two issues. I don't know, like, I don't want to assume that they're one and the same issue.
Yeah.
So if they are, like, clarify that, but maybe they're not.
Yeah, and if the road's open, you know, if people are up there hunting, which is, that's an active hunting season, and there are usually always people up there hunting, you have a public safety issue if you don't plow the road. So that's what we're trying to balance from a plowing standpoint.
In the past, we've had cars or trucks get stuck up there and then trying to get a tow truck up there to get them out. And how far up did they go to get stuck, and then they have to walk out. And so, yeah, I mean, that's kind of
Which could happen
history.
anyway if we close on November 15th. Or, well, no,
No.
never mind. So how far out do they park if the road's closed from where they hunt?
Yeah,
What
they
are we
would-
talking about, like
Yeah.
10 miles, 5 miles?
They would have to park at Toklat, right where the gate
And
is.
then how far in do they go?
Wherever they want to go hunting, then I'm not sure where
I
they're
mean, are we
hunting.
talking like
Miles.
overnight hike?
Some of them do.
A long way.
A long way.
Some of them go
Toklat
short way.
to past the cookhouse, in other words.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, usually up Pearl Pass and that area.
What I might suggest is that we bring this back in a work session prior to the resolution coming forward, because we do have till next November. I mean, it's definitely closed now. And so we do have a little bit of time to work through it, and we can maybe have a little bit longer, more deliberate discussion
Fancy, are you
again and
making your
review
list
the
now?
stakeholder.
That was already on my.
Future agenda list?
Can have the reverse argument in the Bay. I thought there was issues
Yeah, there
about-
was a definite
So,
argument about May, yeah.
You know, I've worked for the county 30 years. Every spring and every fall, we have this conversation.
And every spring and every
spring
fall,
and
we
every
change
fall.
our minds.
And so just know that it's not new, and we're trying to come up with a firm date so that the burden isn't placed on staff.
I think we just close the gate, period.
Let's just plow half the road, half one side of it.
And I do
Single
think we
lane.
talked about weather-dependent decision, like, well, if there's a big snowfall in early November, can we just leave it and close the road and, you know, like,
Yeah, whether or not we're dependent.
why not? Why wouldn't we do that? I mean, just,
Okay, so we'll bring it back,
January,
yeah, January?
I hope so.
so we can talk about it some more, right?
January's already full. We just
We'll
filled
see.
January today.
Is it already full? All right, we'll get to you as soon as we can.
Thanks. Talk to her.
I know you're gonna rush it in here.
All right, moving along. John, we want to get to the things we really need to get to here.
Yeah, so we do have the chair, vice chair conversation. We have the chair, vice chair conversation. There's a small memo. I apologize. There were some typos that I did not catch in there. But just quick back.
Are we done then with open discussion? Because I had a couple.
These are things we need to,
This was included under open discussion, so we just had some topics. So if I could just
it's
run
under-
through
okay.
those. Yep,
yeah,
yep.
we're still,
I just had a couple of things on when.
yeah, and then we've got our
Yeah.
applicant here for, I believe, so.
So just quick background, back in 2005, the selection of board chair is done by peers. And so back in 2005, the board adopted a practice really of rotating the chair and vice chair by district. And of course, that works great, except that there's 5 of you in a 4-year cycle. And so every now and then that results in maybe a brand new elected official coming in and being chair. And so
That's
we've
why it's gotten off.
tended to flip those and try and stay in a rotation. Under that rotation, next year, Francie would move from vice chair to chair. And then because of some of the changes that have happened in the past, either Greg or Steve, districts 3 and 4, would be vice chair. Some of the things that you all might want to consider, if Greg is vice chair next year and then moves into the chairmanship the following year, Steve, I believe that would place you
As vice chair, his last year in office.
vice chair's last year in office versus being chair his last
And it
year
would
in
make
office.
Greg chair if he chooses to run again.
Oh, okay. And so that's,
Patty, I just lost you there. Somehow your audio cut out. I heard you say, make Greg chair if, and then I lost it. What did you say?
I didn't want you to hear it.
well, that was a bleep out, Greg. That was, yeah.
It was a cursing.
It would give you, it'd be your last year of your second term, so you would be up for reelection. If you were choosing to run again, you would be campaigning that last year, which I did this year technically, and I've done 4 years ago. It was not tough.
So it was not a problem.
So I would suggest that Greg be vice chair next year, and that in 2024, Greg be chair, and Steve finish off as vice chair.
I'd throw in that if Steve has a hankering to chair, he could, and I would happily take it on the next year. But I'm okay with that. I think
That's just a
fine.
suggestion in looking at the stuff before us. Is the board okay with that, or are there opportunities to suggest?
What do you think, Steve?
I would be okay with being vice chair my last year. The following year, then I believe it would be Kelly would be the chair.
Yeah.
Because whoever replaces me wouldn't be qualified to be chair, although
No, it
I
would-
know
it would
one
probably
person
move-
Who is running, who would be a good chair, but that remains to be seen.
So
who-
2025 would be Kelly as chair, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say who'd be vice chair then.
it's all in the memo.
We have no idea, because by then, everybody would have been up for reelection except for you and Kelly.
Yeah, well, yeah, so we'll see what happens. So as a board,
Also, there can be advantages to being chair in the year you're campaigning. If you don't have to campaign very much, because the chair gets lots of free press kind of, doing their job.
which could be good and could not be good.
Yeah, it depends on the issues.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but we're not having houses more than 3,000 square feet. Might not work out so well for you if you're the chair, Craig.
And I want the board to know, and Francie, I want to run this by you again, John, just so you know. I have checked with Francie. I'm going to check with Francie again. Since I'm so close, if there's documents, like a plat or something that needs to be signed, like today, I'm more than happy to come in and sign on behalf of Francie as chair.
It's fine, Jeanette's got it down on the internet thing pretty well.
I just want, no, 'cause the plats you have to sign in person. You have to
Okay.
come in.
Okay.
Just so you know, if that's okay with the rest of the board, since I am, here a lot and I'm not too far away. But it won't happen often, but I'll make myself available if need be.
So I guess just to do a check-in, it sounds like we will prepare a resolution appointing Francie as chair and Greg as vice chair. Okay.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
do we want to do real quick our committee appointments?
Well,
Or what would you like?
I provided those documents so that you can either review those and we can come back on the 3rd, or you can do it today. Just
Might
kinda-
suggest coming back on the 3rd, given our
Okay.
schedule.
Okay, we
right
can look at
now.
that on the
Yeah.
3rd.
Okay.
There's just one small change, but I'll hold on to it.
Okay.
All right, what do you want to do, calendar?
Well, we can do calendar, discretionary fund. We also have our citizen interview candidate here if you want
Yeah.
to switch to that.
Maybe we
and
should
then
do
finish
that
off.
and then go back to where we were with it. No need to keep them waiting.
We have
It's
3
up to you.
minutes until the,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, do you want to do the calendar discussion in 3 minutes? 3.5?
Well, we've got some.
You think
some
it's gonna be longer?
conflicts. Yeah, we probably need a little bit longer.
Okay, because there's some holidays on here, I have no idea what they are. You know?
They don't really affect us.
I mean, there's some dates on here, I'm like, what? Okay, we'll come back to that. The board want to take a little 3-minute break, 5-minute break, and then we'll come in and do our,
I have an announcement to make that's about 1 minute. Should I do that now, since we're in open
oh,
discussion?
yeah, go ahead.
I just want you all to know that Carbondale passed the resolution to support the designation for wild and scenic for the Crystal River, and so did Glenwood Springs.
Wow.
On the consent agenda, they put it on the consent agenda, and I had talked to Jonathan about it at a RAPTA meeting, and I said, "Do you want me to come down and do a presentation?" He said, "Oh, no, we don't need a dog and pony show. We'll just pass it." And I said, "Really?
they
What
did.
about public comment?" And he said, "No, there's some things where we don't even need public comment. This is just common sense. We'll pass it." And they did, on the consent agenda.
Unanimous?
What?
Was it
Unanimous on the consent agenda.
Impressive,
Really
impressive.
exciting. So
Well done.
yeah, we got thousands of people lending their support to it. It's really great.
That's great. Okay, you have something else?
John Doyle's letter, but let's not do that right now.
Okay. That's the one that's coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
We can't talk about it in open discussion, we can talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
As part of our hearing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. All right. Kelly, you
I'll
got
chime
something?
in just quick, yeah, just on Wild and Scenic. We had our selection committee meet on Thursday in Redstone. There's a Redstone internet cafe that has Starlink. So we had a really excellent, both hybrid meeting with the 7 people on the committee to select the facilitator, and we left with a consensus decision. So now we're in the process of notifying and doing some contract negotiations with the facilitator for the stakeholder process that will launch next year.
Great.
Great.
Do you guys have any legal counsel at all looking at this stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have Laura.
What?
Yeah,
We have Laura.
We went
I have
through
Laura. Oh,
Frickin' County procurement, and Laura's involved.
yay,
with the contract
perfect.
negotiations. Northwest COG is gonna be our fiscal agent, so they're actually.
Right,
gonna
that's a
hold
great program that they
contract.
operate. That's great.
Ron Leach sends his regards to
Mhm.
everyone, Patty in particular, but to everyone else.
I found a way to find him. It's making him nervous. Okay. So we good? We're good? Okay, we do have in the room with us, I believe Charlie is here. Come on up. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank
So
you for having me.
Charlie has applied for the
Got it.
one regular vacancy due to, for APSHA, and this is the joint appointment, I believe.
Correct.
So have you met with the city?
I sure have.
Okay, we're a lot more fun.
That's what I'm gathering.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna let you introduce yourself, and then I'll bring it back to the board, let the board ask you some questions. I'll bring it back to you if you have any questions for us. And then we'll have a discussion at some point, maybe when we're all here or some.
Next week, yeah.
Yeah, next week maybe, and then see what the city. So sorry, it's kind of a long process, but.
That's okay.
It's, yeah. So go ahead, please introduce yourself and give us a little history.
Sure. My name is Charlie Schmidt. I'm 29 years old, and I have spent most of my life in Denver. This will be my second year here in Aspen, so I'm very excited to be here. I've always been in love with politics, watching Law and Order growing up, thinking that's the way the world worked, and realizing that the world works a little differently than that. But I have kind of seen the national side of politics get super divisive and almost and violent in some ways. And I have felt called to kind of come out of my shell and put myself forward and know that I have an education in politics and public policy. And so I saw this vacancy and I said, Charlie, this is the time to give it a try. So here I am, and just trying to participate in the community.
I know. I don't think I've ever seen anyone put politics down as a hobby. I find that very interesting.
Absolutely.
So it looks like you have worked with children a lot.
Yep, that is how I spend my time, is working with kids. Absolutely, and I love it. And so I was able to come out to Aspen. There's always a need for childcare professionals.
So that's what you're going to be doing, is childcare?
Preschool teaching is really my forte.
Oh,
So
no kidding.
I've run some summer programs in Denver, and now I do the winter ski instructing, and I've reached out to, I believe it's called Children First here.
Kids First.
Kids First, thank you. Yeah, and so they have some leads for me. So.
And do you live here in Aspen?
Yeah, I actually am a part of the APSHA program.
are?
I work at I live at Burlingame.
Oh, you live at Burlingame, okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question. Do you teach kids skiing?
Yep.
What mountain?
Buttermilk.
Good for you. Gonna be open. You're gonna start in work. So
Yeah, absolutely.
good for you. They're moving along with their new buildings.
Is that still Powder Pandas?
It sure is.
It sure is.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's been around for a while.
My kids are at the treehouse.
No way, really?
John, you still are a powder panda. Oh, that's powder hound.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome that you do that. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board questions? Kelly, go for it.
Hi, Charlie. Sorry I'm not there. I'm home taking care of a preschooler.
There you go.
But we have a lot of other crossover because I'm also a pioneer. I got my master's at the Corbell School.
Oh, okay.
And then I live in Burlingame. Do you live in the seasonal housing?
Right now I do, yes.
Okay, great. Well, very nice to meet you. My question was gonna be what your experience has been with affordable housing in Aspen, but I guess I'd like to understand what your knowledge is of the program. What do you generally understand about APSHA? What do you see as some of its problems to solve in the coming years?
Sure. I think that first I've noticed my experience with APSHA has been pretty darn positive. I have had a need for housing, and I've been able to go through the proper applications and processes and have found some success in getting myself affordable housing. So I think that should be spoken to before the problems. And I think really some of the problems that I've noticed being spoken about are the ideas of right sizing and having vacant spaces. No, we're back. I think that the main problem here, and it's kind of overarching, is availability of space for the full-time workers within the parameters of the program. So I still need to delve in deeper to where my passions are within housing in Aspen and what I would like to address. But one of the things I'm most proud of in myself is my ability to hear different voices and take in different perspectives and try to come out with some equal outcomes, some just and equal outcomes. So.
Kelly, anything else?
I haven't done. So it sounds like you've attended at least one APTRA meeting online?
I was able to stick around the city council meeting afterwards, and they were doing their strategic plan for, I think it was for this year. And so that was incredibly enlightening to be able to sit in on that meeting and hear some of the policy breakdowns and where the city stood on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the fact that you know about right sizing it's pretty more than most people.
Well, I try to learn quick. So.
Okay, Greg or Steve? Steve, go ahead, please.
Charlie, when you were getting your degree in political science or policy, whatever your exact degree is, what was sort of your long-range goal when you were studying that? Sort of a life goal to use your education?
Sure. So my passions have always lied in education. That's really where I've taken my public policy knowledge and politics passion. It's really cool in Colorado that we have recently created the Department of Early Childhood Education. And so I really do think that housing is not far from education. You know, when we're ski instructors, we talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We talk about that before you can self-actualize, before you can go learn and experience as a small child maybe emotional intelligence, you have to have somewhere where you can go home at night and eat food and be with your family. So although my passions really do lie in education, as you can probably see from my resume of being with kids, that I really do see it all tying together. And that's kind of where I have taken my education and put it into practice, not necessarily in career of politics, because you could tell I'm not there, but into some of my core beliefs.
Well, you're too young to be a senator anyway, so you have a few years.
If I could add on to my experience, I taught first and second grade and severe needs kids and drove school bus for many years. And it gave me a tremendous understanding of that all people are different. They all have different learning styles. You learn to respect people, and it doesn't matter if they're little kids or if they are adults. You learn to be fair and tactful to people as a teacher, and that really made it, prepared me for dealing with the public in the political scene here as a commissioner. So I would see that as a similar thing on the APSHA board, where you're going to have varying opinions from different people, and you have to work with people, and your work with kids actually prepares you for that. So I don't think that's not a negative thing to have that as your background.
It's an exercise in patience.
Yes, that's very true.
Okay, Greg, do you have any questions?
No, just wanted to say thank you for applying. I'm grateful that people step up, and it's good to see that you've committed to doing, making an application like this. I guess the concern I have is that you really haven't been in the community very long. In fact, it seems like about a year, and I'm just wondering, how well do you know this community? And I think there's an awful lot to learn, and this is a hot seat where you'll be expected to know a lot. So
Sure.
I'd love to hear what you think about that.
I think that is an incredibly fair point. I have noticed what a tight-knit community. I don't know if this is a ski instructor trait or an Aspen trait, but I'm often hearing, "Oh, do you know so? I know so and so. Do you know so and so? I know that person from here." So I feel like I totally agree with your point as far as my experience in the community is probably definitely less than everyone here in this room. but it's important for me to engage in the community, and I really do think having there is something to be said for having a fresh set of eyes, somebody that is newer to the community, and so I like I said, I definitely don't disagree with you that there is a lot of learning to be done, but that is something that I want to make sure that I commit to. Is this is a continuing learning process.
Francie.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, I just want to underscore what Greg said. It is a hot seat. And so just like you see in the paper, politicians are not really appreciated right now. Well, APCHA board members are not really appreciated right now by a lot of people. So
I appreciate you, Francie.
Oh, thank you. There's a lot of turmoil all the time in APCHA, as in any public housing, affordable housing program. It's people's homes, and they really care about their homes, and
Absolutely.
so it can make for some pretty heated conversations. So I just want to let you know that there's some backlash in the community about APCHA and APCHA staff and APCHA board and APCHA decisions. And I think we do amazing work, and I think our board is incredibly committed to what they do and pretty forward thinking and trying to solve the problems in the right way. But I'm just letting you know that it is a hot seat.
Thank you.
Well, I do appreciate it, especially you're young, and I think it's always good to have some young blood coming in to sit with those of us who aren't as young as we used to be. But you also mentioned something about elections in here, and I just want to throw something out. Have you ever thought about being an election judge? It's actually, you only work during the elections. You would love it.
Yeah,
And you can do that and be on a board and teach skiing. And so, yeah, because the city has election coming up in March, so they'll be looking for judges, and then the county's always looking for election judges. It's really fun.
Absolutely.
So that's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
So the board will be discussing this. Are there any more questions? Thanks, Charlie, for being here. We really
Of course,
appreciate it.
thank you so much.
So we will get back to you when we figure out what the city's doing, where the board stands. And when does the mountain open? The 17th?
Correct.
Yeah. My kids teach skiing for kids at Snowmass.
Okay.
And yeah, so you'll probably run into one of them somewhere along the line. Or Kelly's kids out at Buttermilk. Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah. All right, thank you, and we'll be getting back to you as soon
Great.
as we know what's going on.
Thank you all so much
Thanks,
for your
we appreciate
time.
it. Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate you.
Be careful out there. It's just kind of still barely snowing out there. All right, so bringing it back to the board, because we have some time here. Well, we really don't. 3:30 we're adjourning to go to our special meeting.
That's in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So, but we do have to do the calendar discussion, maybe.
And we have to do, but we also have a huge agenda for our executive
But
session.
we do have a 15-minute here between them.
Yeah, and we do
Maybe
need to
can
take a break.
Fit in the calendar for 5 minutes.
So do you want to do the calendar?
Yeah, we can do the calendar. There are just, I think you all have had a chance to look at the calendar when I brought it to you a few weeks ago. And the list of holidays, you wanted a little more information on that. So the dates that we really kind of need to look at are March 7th, which there's a Jewish holiday, Purim. There's a work session scheduled on that day, but work is permitted for that Jewish holiday. So
And what day is that? What
the
holiday?
7th of March,
Is what holiday?
Purim.
Oh,
And I'm just bringing these up because in the past we've had, like just this year, the opening of the courthouse happened
Yeah.
on one of the Jewish holidays.
well, and I think our concern was that we wanted to try and prioritize, because if we honored every holiday, we would never have meetings.
Exactly.
So,
Since I just wanted to bring your attention that there is a work session scheduled on March 7th, but work is permitted on that
Okay.
Jewish holiday. The concern in April is Passover, and that is, we have a regular meeting scheduled on April 12th, which is a no-work day for Passover.
So does the board want to move that to another day on the 12th? Okay, so can we just go ahead and move it to the 13th?
Okay. All right.
Well, that will probably conflict with core and or RAFTA.
Well, but if it's on the 22nd, you know, we all have conflicting, I don't know.
Let's
The
see,
19th?
The second, and when are our meetings?
The second Thursday, second Wednesday, and the fourth Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about RAFTA. I have RAFTA tomorrow, so that's the first.
Or you could move it to the 5th of
So
April.
it might be the first and third, so, yeah, that's fine.
You want to move it to the 5th?
Is that what we did this month?
Let's move it to the 5th.
Okay.
Is that what happened this month? We moved next week's meeting to tomorrow? Or is it normal that we meet?
We do because of the Thanksgiving holiday and the Christmas holidays. So
Yeah.
November and December are all.
Because next week I have on my calendar that popped up automatically from something you sent maybe earlier in the year that we have a meeting on the 14th, but we don't.
No, it's probably a duplicated calendar thing.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the 5th on that one, and then we're moving to what's next?
The next one is September, well, there's a work session on October 3rd. And Sukkot, Feast of Tabernacles, is from the 29th of September to the 6th of October, and no work is permitted.
What holiday is that? What is that?
Sukkot, Jewish holiday.
I don't know
Feast
that
of Tabernacles. So the 3rd is another one that,
Let's move it to the 4th.
okay.
Does that solve the problem?
No,
it doesn't.
we can't.
Wait a minute. No.
I think I'm going to change religions.
Because it goes through the 6th.
Careful.
And
Well,
Monday.
what about Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur? Aren't they?
Those are all in September, but there are no meetings
Okay, good.
conflicting.
So, but if we move it to the 4th, so we can't have anything that week.
That's correct.
Good grief.
I'm less concerned about that holiday. I don't think we've ever.
Let's leave it on the 3rd.
Okay. All right.
Um,
And then with Hanukkah, there's no restrictions on work, so we have a work session scheduled the 12th of December.
What is the holiday on the 2nd of October?
That is the
Cabrini?
Cabrini.
Mother
Cabrini.
Cabrini?
Yes.
What is the one on September 4th? Is that Labor Day?
Yes,
Okay. And June 19th, is that?
Juneteenth.
Juneteenth.
Okay. And February 20th is President's?
Correct.
And 1/16 is,
MLK.
MLK.
okay. I'm not going,
Sorry, regarding the 5th, you're talking about moving the 5th to the 5th. Is that in April? Is that the one you're looking at?
that's in
I'm
April.
sorry.
We're going to move a regular
Okay,
meeting
yeah.
to the 5th.
No problem. Great.
Okay. All right. So Charlotte, that should cover it.
Okay, and there's not even any conflicts with CCI, summer or winter this year.
At least not yet. So I'm going to move us right to our discretionary fund. We have we have $2,850 left in, yes?
On my calendar on my phone, it says Passover is April 5th, not April 12th. I think we need to double check that.
Passover is April 5th through the 13th, and the days that are no work are the 6th, or the 5th and the 6th, and the 12th and the 13th.
Oh,
So that's why the 12th is an issue.
so then we shouldn't move it to the 5th.
Is the 5th one of the
Oh,
days
wait
we
a
can't?
minute. Yep, I'm so sorry.
We'll have to move it to the 19th or something.
Yeah, it would have to be like the 19th.
Well, that doesn't give staff much turnaround time when they have
Right.
to prepare things, because at least if we move it to the 5th, they had they had a week ahead of time, they had more time. This gives them, like, you have to turn in your stuff on Thursday, gives them 1 day to turn things over to bring them back on the 26th. That doesn't work.
Right.
So if anything, we should move the regular meeting to, God,
Well, we could do a regular meeting on Tuesday the 18th instead of a work session and miss one work session.
your chair.
I'm just saying. if we're
John,
looking
you
for
wanna
a
do
way-
that?
It's, I mean, in terms
No,
of.
that still doesn't give staff enough time to turn around. Can we do it on the 11th?
Yes.
Why don't we do
It's
it?
What do you mean it doesn't give them
12th.
enough time? It gives them from the 22nd until the 18th.
No, it only gives them until, if we do it on the 18th, no, for the 26th, it only gives them, you have to turn in your packet
for the
information on
26th.
Thursday.
My bad, yeah, you're
So
right.
let's do it on the, what did I say?
The 11th?
Yeah.
I mean, the.
John, can we miss a work session and do a regular meeting? Okay, let's do it on the 11th.
That's not a cross-off workday?
No.
Just the 12th and 13th?
No,
It's
just
the
12th and
13th,
13th
14th.
and 5th and 6th.
12th and 13th, 5th and 6th. So we're good on the 11th. All right, Steve, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, discretionary fund, $2,850. I would like to, I'm just gonna throw it out there, donate that whole amount to the Shipman family who lost their farm, lost their ranch house. But just a thought. I've already contributed to their fund out of my own pocket, but come on, board.
So where are you seeing that final dollar value? Discretionary.
Under 2022 at the bottom,
Yeah, okay, I see it there.
we have $2,850 left.
Kelly said something, I didn't hear it, sorry.
Kelly?
Yeah, I think my preference would be to donate the money to something of more community-wide applicability.
Okay, I was just throwing it out there since I've already contributed to their fund. So, Greg, you have an idea?
I'm always concerned, the Wildlife Center never asks for what they need. They always come in with an extremely modest ask, so I always try to give them something. I would ask if we could put 500 or 1,000 toward them, the Schneegass Wildlife Center.
How's the board feel about that? I'm just trying to move us along here, guys, because we need to be in executive session here pretty soon, and I need to take a break.
I would support that, and maybe the bulk to response, given their capital fundraising for the shelter.
Okay, so I can go with that. So we'll give 1,000, that'll leave us with $1,850 to give to response.
I'm
Board-
good with that.
Is the board good with
Works
that?
for me.
Charlotte, you got that?
So the Wildlife Center gets 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
And response gets 1,850.
Okay.
Is the board good with that?
I'm good.
So I would
Thank
ask
you.
the board then to reach into their own pockets and give some money to the Shipman family. That they are, it was a very
Can you
tragic
show me
event.
where it shows that this is how much money we have to spend? What about all the other numbers? What do they all mean?
That's where the balances was on the way down from the 10,000 to 500. The 30,000, that one came out of a different sponsorship.
We had to ask for a budget supplemental so that
Yeah.
wouldn't.
I'm sorry, I can't read this. Go ahead and take your
That's,
break.
the one on 3/8/22 and 3/11/22 for that 25 and that those were the same. So just take that one out of there. It came out of a different fund, right, John? The money for the Aspen International Mountain Foundation of $25,000 did not come out of our discretionary fund
It
because
did,
our fund is only 10 grand.
but we had to do a budget supplemental.
Right.
Connie said to do the
So,
budget
so that,
supplemental.
right. So then we ended up with 5,000 and then we took out 650 for the permit fee for the Crystal.
Okay, now
Crystal
I get it.
Valley.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is really hard to read, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we are good? Everybody good with that? All right, we need to, John, would you like us to go into executive session before we take our break? Because we're gonna meet upstairs in the Maroon Creek room. Anybody?
Yeah, I think you should do it while you're.
Okay, I need a motion to go into executive session, special meeting. Proposed items, building moratorium, Pandora Ski expansion area approvals, State Land Board property adjacent to Phillips Mobile Home Park, Phillips redevelopment, airport outside council, all pursuant to CRS 24-64024B.
So moved.
Francie,
Second.
Francie, Greg, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, guys. See you at 5 minutes.